morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome all of you here in this fantastic building of the Museum of Martial Arts in the Jaqet Hall. This is Roberto Gotti. He will introduce you immediately to where we are and why we are here. I am Kendra Brown, and I give you welcome on behalf of our organization for this conference symposium in which 4 important collections in the world of IFHEMA will be brought together, and we will have some fantastic contributions in this conference today by some distinguished guests. The first part of the day will be a presentation of the different collections by people representing them. We will have Smets for the Corbeau collection, Mr. Mokken for the Mokken collection, a short introduction of the book written by Miriam Vogelaar and Mr. Valle for the Valle collection, and finally, last but not least, Mr. Gotti for his own collection in which we are present the museum here. This conference is part of the bylaw obligation of IFHEMA to work both on the level of competition and of research and cultural aspects in the world of IFHEMA, so we are very happy to launch this pillar of our activity for the first time in the HEMA world on this high level and with such a distinguished panel of people that will present to us their insights and their knowledge. I'm not going to say much more. There are many people here. I know there are also many people following us around the globe. Welcome all of you. This is the start of something new, the start of something beautiful, and I'm happy that you're all part of it. I now give the floor to Mr. Roberto Gotti.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I was intended to read something, but it's not my style, so sorry, I'm free. For me, today is an incredible day because you are here to study together. This place was built for this reason. The collection was done for this reason. I started to do it 30 years ago, and the idea was to allow people to touch words, to allow people to open books, and to rebuild gesture with these lines. We don't need to look anywhere else. We have everything in the object, we have everything in the books. We can bring information, knowledge from outside. But I think that our European martial art has a patrimony, a treasure in antiquity, so this is why this has been created, and you are the reason why this place can survive. This was a dream, reality, especially thanks to incredible people, Jacopo, Elena, Marco, Moreno, Laura here with me, and many others that every day they make this place live. We don't have a museum, we have a laboratory there. Come here, exhibition, they go around the world. The last one was in Hong Kong and allowed us to share information with Chinese martial artists. We will do the next one in Tokyo. This is a little bit reserved information, but now without filters, like always. And so I think that nothing else I can add. I would like to show you 2 minutes video. In which you see a little bit what we do. We study with university metallurgy, and we reproduce swords that we copy from the original. We study books, and we try to bring back alive gesture that we bring both in exhibitions of antiquities and in tournaments. Maybe our main goal, and Reno, Jacopo, and Marco here with me, they are part of this success. Our main goal is to prove that also in a sport competition, in a sport contest, the antique gesture written in the antique books, they work and they give victory. They defend and hit. And this is maybe a beautiful result of study antiquities and show that they can survive in modernity and they can be useful. So I have nothing else to say, just allowed me. Thank you, Karin. Thank you, Daniel, because in your institutional role, you always consider this place as a tool of your job. And it will always be. IFHEMA is an important institution, is an institution that must survive and that will always have in this place a place where they can take and bring and share. But please allow me to thank and to hug Manuel Valle and Dr. Mokken, because to have you two here today is a feeling of antique. It's like when Jacopo Gelli was writing to his friends around the world with the pen and the paper, and he was waiting the answer. I have some of the correspondence there, and they were sharing this passion. Foolish, madness, stupid, young people passion of, I have this soldier, I miss that soldier. We are like that. But to have you two today here is some antique feeling. It's like a club of dead people to which we look in our first book purchase. Jacopo Gelli was a myth, and now we have some books with ex libris of Jacopo Gelli. Okay, Olivier, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the small book with the Paulus Hector Meyer ex libris bring us back to the most crazy patron of European martial art, a guy that was hanged because of his collection. So, thank you everybody. I will not speak about the collection. I will show you the collection as last. Please spend the next 3 minutes to see this small video.
Very well. Yes, thank you very much. So we can now start the academic of our conference. The perfect introduction and setting of the atmosphere. I would like to call Anne to the fore. She will, as the first one, present the Korbel collection. So these are the 4 points I'm going to speak about. So first I want to say something about Archibald Korbel himself, then on the collection, previous collectors, and then we come to the theme of the conference, the multilingual aspects. So this is an image of Archibald Korbel, British fencer, born in 1883, died in 1944. He came in contact with the fencing sport at the beginning of the 20th century. At that moment, he was a volunteer at the British Army, where he later had his professional career. In 1912, he participated for the first time at the Olympic Games, and again after the First World War, 2 more times in 24 and 28. He also won the gold medal on the British Sabre Championship in 1922 and 27. At his death in 1944, he bequeathed £100 to the Amateur Fencing Association for the organization of the Korbel Cup, the British National Sabre Trophy, which was held for the first time in 1947. But I looked online and I found no information about after 2013, so I'm not sure if you know something, someone in the public knows more about it, if it still exists or not. I didn't find any information anymore on this Korbel Cup. However, librarians and book historians, they may know Archibald Korbel as a collector. And you see his ex libris also on the screen. He was a great collector of both swords and books on fencing. And at the end of his life, he donated most of his vast collection to the Catholic University of Leuven, now KU Leuven. And the reason why he donated was the fire of the First World War, when the library of Leuven was completely destroyed and the whole collection was destroyed. And as a lot of other people, Archibald Korbel sympathized with the academic community, and he decided that after his death, the books would go to Leuven. He already gave some books in or around 1920, but the vast majority of his collection only came to Leuven after 1940, which was good because there was another fire at the beginning of the Second World War, so if his books had already been in Leuven, then there was a possibility they would have burned. And Archibald Corbel was aware of that, so that it was good it was only after 1940. So about this collection, the collection was inspired, or Archibald Corbel was inspired by the collection of his fencing master Alfred Hutton, of whom I will talk later. And so he started to collect works on fencing at the beginning of the 20th century, so more or less at the same time when he started fencing. He followed up the market very well, and he was known as a quasi-professional collector. At the beginning of the First World War, his collection counted almost 400 titles, and when he died, more than 2,000 titles came to Leuven. Looking at the documentary part of his collection, maybe the most striking works are the personalia, which make up a substantial part of the collection, letters sent to him, pictures of fencers, notes, commentaries, and so on. However, here I would like to concentrate on the fencing books. Those among you who are interested by the personalia, they should take contact with the University Archives of KU Leuven, because that's where they are preserved now. I'm not going to deal with that part of the collection. Fencing books, well, I would like to underline that the Corbel collection is much broader than just fencing. It also contains works on self-defense, book on the handling, making, evolution of stubborn weapons and firearms, also treatises on dueling, which are very often that they are together in one collection. And there's really a lot of books on dueling. That you have material that focuses on the legal and the religious aspects. So you have pamphlets on legislation, lawsuits, but also religious pamphlets that warn audiences against the danger of dueling. On the other hand, you also have plays, war songs, even novels. So they make up a light-hearted and more playful aspect of the collection. And to end with, a lot of these books, you know them, are illustrated, so there are engravings, etchings, and so on, so it brings really the history of fencing to life. And here you see two books. I guess a lot of people of you know them. So the first one is in English, was printed at the end of the 16th century, Vincenzo Saviolo, his practice. And the second one is in Italian, L'arte di ben maneggiare la spada, so 17th century, just to give you an idea of two works of the collection. Of course, I can't show. The history of the collection is rather well known. We knew that Archibald Corbel was able to acquire partial or entire collections of other fencers' bibliophiles, and you have the names there on the screen. And this is still very visible today, because both Corbel and many previous owners loved to rebind their books in a new and personal binding with armorial stamps, or at least placed ex libris inside the books to express their ownership. I already showed you, here you have the ex libris of Corbel, and here some of the others. The largest sub-collection formerly belonged to Cyril Metty. We have in the Corbel collection 228 titles which are marked as belonging or formerly belonging to this collection. But the whole collection, Corbel was able to acquire the whole collection, which was more than 1,000 books in 1931. But yeah, in the library catalog, it's only indicated when there is a clear sign it belonged to that collection, because a lot of books Corbel acquired already belonged to his collection because he bought the whole collection, so he sold also a lot of books. But for 228 titles, we're sure they belonged formerly to the collection of Cyril Metty. He only paid £500 at that time, it's not that much. And you see the catalog of the collection of Metty here, and also his ex libris. And the second ex libris you see on the screen is that by George Garcia Donnell. And this collection, which was divided in more than 950 lots, was auctioned in 1996. And the Corbel collection contains 141 titles which formerly belonged to the Garcia Donnell collection. Most of these titles were bought at the auction for a price of almost £1,600, which is a lot more than what we paid for the Metty collection. Some of the titles were acquired later through antiquarians. And then you have a small group of titles, or even better, individual titles, who came from other collections. For example, Frederick Pollock. He studied law in Trinity College, worked first as a lawyer, later as a professor of law in Oxford and the United States. And his collection was auctioned after his death in 1937, and Corbel acquired 29 lots at this auction. Then you have Jacopo Gelli. Probably know his two important bibliographies he wrote, Bibliografia Generale della Scherma and also the Bibliografia del Duello. And his collection was auctioned in Rome in 1912, and the auction consisted of circa 380 lots. And then we come to the collection of Alfred Hutton. I would like to mention him here, not because Corbel has a lot of his books in his collection, only 9, but because he had been the fencing master of Archibald Corbel, and as such he had a big influence on him, both as a fencer and as a bibliophile and corrector. Hutton himself, he was a pupil of the 3rd generation of the London Swordsmith School of the Italian fencing masters family Angelo. First started university studies, but then military career, which he ended in 1873, and he devoted from then on all his time to fencing. He also wrote several books on the history of fencing. First one, Swordsmanship, already in 1862, for which he based himself on his own collection. And this collection counted around 300 titles on fencing and dueling, and he bequeathed this collection to the Victoria and Albert Museum, where it's now known as the Hutton Bequest. The catalogue of the National Art Library of the Victoria and Albert Museum mentions 270 titles for this Hutton Bequest, and they range from 5025 till 1908. However, as I said, other parts of the collection ended up in private collections, for example, the Corbel collection, and also in the collection of the Swedish fencer Emil Fick, but we don't know how much books of the Hutton Bequest are now, of the Hutton collection are now in the Emil Fick collection. I asked the librarian, but she couldn't tell me right now. She's going to do the catalography of the collection, so it's not ready yet. This Emil Fick collection I will speak about later is now located at the Royal Armoury in Sweden. Let's now talk about the multilingual aspect, the theme of the conference. Before looking at the specific collection, I first want to give some general numbers, and they are based on a book called The Complete Bibliography of the Art and Sport of Fencing, which you may know. You have the numbers on your handout, so I'm not going to show it here, and I'm not going to talk in detail, but I try to represent the numbers in a graphic. I think it's more clear for a presentation. The global numbers show that the main languages are French and German. French in purple, German in gray here, respectively 22.5 and 22.2 of all the titles, shortly followed by Italian, 21%, it's the light blue on the screen. The 4th and the 5th language, but already at a distance, are English and Spanish. English 50%, Spanish 10%. And the remaining 20% consist of titles in not less than 13 different languages. So that's for a general overview. This book, there were different categories, and I used to make this table and these numbers, I used the categories reference works, fencing manuals, fencing history, fencing masters, and biographical works till 1940, to have more or less the periods which can be consistent also with the end of the collection of Corbel. Chronologically, the oldest title in German, this bibliography mentions 9 titles before the end of the 15th century, but you know, we are in Italy for the 16th and the 17th century, Italian occupies the first place with respectively 65% and 30% of all the titles for that period. At that time, Italy was the leading center of fencing in Europe, so that easily explains this high number of treatises. In the 18th century, France took over that position, and we indeed see the French treatises grow from century to century, with the first place for the 18th century and the 20th century, with the second place after German for the 19th century. And finally, no surprise, Latin is the only language of which all titles are published before 1800. Now we come to the Corbel collection. You have also these numbers on the handout. We have linguistic and chronological data for 1,882 titles, which is a bit more than the number for the general bibliography, but that can be explained, among other things, by the presence of titles on horse riding or other sports in the Corbel collection, which are not integrated in this general bibliography on fencing. A few examples: the Great Horse or the War Horse, or Manuel de Gymnastique Suédoise à l'usage école primaire. That's not in a book or bibliography on fencing. But these titles testify of the diversity of the Corbel collection I already mentioned. If you look at the numbers now, or at the graphic, you can see that French is again, or also in the Corbel collection, the most important language, the purple one. But here, no surprise, it's not German, but English, which is the second language, as Corbel is a British venture, that's no surprise. And they represent 33 and 28% of the titles, which means that more than half of the collection is in French or English. German occupies the fourth place here, between Italian and Spanish. And in total, we have 17 different languages represented in the Corbel collection. Chronologically, for the 16th and the 17th century, again, Italian that occupies the first place, 55 and 28% of the titles. English treatises constitute the largest group for the 18th century here, which is quite exceptional or different from the general table, and French texts from 1800 onwards. And now I want to compare these numbers for the Corbel collection with those of the collection of Emil Fick and the Hutton bequests. The collection of Emil Fick counts about 2,300 titles. Circa half of them are dealing with fencing, the other half with horses and horse riding. But I already had a printed catalogue for the part on fencing, so that's the part I'm concentrating on here. You have also the numbers on your handout, and you can see also the results on your screen. And if we now compare the three different tables with the numbers, or three different graphics, and of course making abstraction of the size of the three different collections, because there is a big difference in size, we observe the following elements. Of course, the recent publications are better represented, it's no surprise, but there is a difference. If you look at the Hutton bequest, it's 64%. If you look at Corbel, it's 74%. And if you look at the Fick collection, it's 82%. So much more older works in the Hutton bequest and much more recent work in the Fick collection. Then Latin is the only language for which there are more books published till 1800. Again, no surprise. But a peculiarity of the Hutton bequest is that also for Italian, there are more books published before 1800 than after that year. 26 versus 22. If you look at the graphics, you also see that there are more similarities between the Corbel and the Hutton collections than with the Fick collection. Of course, it can be explained to two British fencers and one from Sweden. And the Fick collection is also the only collection where Swedish is among the 5 most important languages at the 5th place, whereas there are no Swedish books in the Hutton bequest, and Swedish occupies the 9th place in the Corbel collection. The Fick collection is also the only one containing Norwegian titles. On the other hand, the largest linguistic sub-collection in the Corbel and the Fick collection is that of French works, 33 and even 42%. And in the Hutton bequest, the most important language is English, of course. Why there are so many books in French in the Fick collection, this can also be explained that a part of his training he had in France, so with the possibility to acquire books there too. The second language in the Corbel collection is English, that of the Hutton bequest is French. So in both collections, Corbel and Hutton, works in English and French represent more than half of the works, or even more than 60% of the works, of the titles. In the Fick collection, German is the second language after French. So in this collection, French and German represent more than 60% of the titles. And in the Fick collection, English occupies only the 4th place, with less than 10% of the titles. In the 3 collections, Italian is the 3rd language. And then one last observation on Spanish. It's the yellow you can see in the graphics. It's the 5th position in both the Corbel and the Hutton collection, and 6th in the Fick collection. But for Korbel, we have almost 9%, and in the two others, less than 5%. And this can be explained by the acquisition of Archibald Korbel of the collection of García Donel, which contained a lot of works from Spain and Latin America, which explains there are more Spanish works in the Korbel collection than in the two others. Another aspect which underlines the multilingual aspect of the collection is the presence of translations. First of all, there are 7 publications in the Korbel collection, and you see them on the screen, that are published in 2 different languages. And a peculiarity is that they all were published before 1800. But there are also several translations which don't include the text in the original language, but there are what I call 58 explicit translations. Explicit translations, that means that there is a clear indication in the title that it comes from another language. Tradotto di lingua spagnolo, translated from the French, or in the 4th example, you even have 4 different languages, and I particularly like the word verdouched. So, of course, there are other translations in the Korbel collection where there is no indication that it is a translation in the title, but it's much harder to identify those works. So here I'm concentrating on those explicit translations. They constitute 3% of the whole Korbel collection, these translations. So we have 18 works which have been translated works which were published before 1800. And as you can see on the screen, now Italian is the purple color. In half of the case, the source language was Italian. Of course, that's no surprise, as I said already a few times, that most titles in the 16th and the 17th century were published in Italian. So we have 9 works in Italian and 6 in French, and then 3 more treatises translated from originals in German, Latin, and Spanish. If we look now at the target languages before 1800, then you see there is a bigger diversity. We have French and German at the first place, 5 titles, followed by English, Italian, and Spanish. So that's the situation for the works before 1800. If we now compare with the source language for the treatises from 1800 onwards, we have 40 translations for this period. And you see a difference because now 17 of them have French as a source language, the orange color. Followed by a lesser degree, but a much lesser degree, Italian, still second place, which is still quite important. Then English and German, and 4 other languages figure only once as a source language. In 3 cases, the source language is not known. Looking at the target languages, we see that 15 texts have been translated into Spanish, which is a lot, especially if you compare it with before 1800, and also if you know there are no source texts in Spanish, so a lot of texts have been translated into Spanish. 9 treatises were translated into French, and 7 in both English and German. Further, there's 1 translation into Italian, and 1 quite special one in the French dialect Toulousain. So to conclude, the data on the linguistic variety and the translations show that there is a linguistic diversity if you look at collections of fencing treatises, especially when you take into account the high number of different languages which are represented. I spoke about 13, 17, etc. However, if we look into more details to these 3 specific collections, Western European collections of course, we also notice that half of the treatises in every collection is published in only 2 different languages, which in only 1 case, the most important language is the mother language, that's the Hutton bequest. So we can conclude that there is certainly a linguistic diversity, but that you also have to take into account the relative numbers to see the whole picture. But overall, I hope to have convinced you of the importance of the Korbel collection as a source for fencing literature, in case you didn't know it, because of its size and its thematic and linguistic diversity. And yes, I welcome you all to consult the works on this collection in our library in Louvain, or by browsing them online, because the digitization of all the works before 1900 is almost finished. Thank you.
Thank you for this excellent start and time. We're not going to have the discussion after we see the speakers. I would like to ask the next speaker, and that's Dr.
See if we can get this started. Well, this is me, as you can see. And I just picked these pictures so that you can see that if you get bored during my presentation, then you can see that to me, that's at the end of the tunnel. Feel safe, feel safe. As an introduction, at the age of 21, we are in the early 80s here, I was a very intellectual punk rocker, believe it or not. At that point in time, punk rockers were intellectuals. That changed later. And I desperately needed some exercise. It's a heavy life being a punk rocker, and I wanted to stay more or less fit. And my friend said, "Oh my God, are you going to do sports? How vulgar, you can't do that. If you're going to have to do sports, then you can only do javelin or fencing. The other sports are just aesthetically impossible." So it was fencing, and I started at the Academy of Rudy van Oeveren, who recently died in the COVID epidemic, and he was a great fencing marketer. I was smitten. I was fencing every day within 3 weeks of starting fencing. And I started, of course, when I was 21, which is way too late to be any good at all. But I really loved it, made rapid progress, and became a decent fencer, so to speak. But since Rudy van Oeveren was also such a good marketer for fencing as a concept in general, I also started collecting in the same year as I started fencing. So that has been quite some time by now. But it was pre-internet, and I was a student, so virtually penniless. So what it taught me was that usually fencing stuff was difficult to find and even more difficult to pay for. So my collection started very, very, very slowly. But I started to know what was what. And slowly but surely, I was lucky in business, and the internet came around, and I was a very early internet adopter, and I became a decent collector. And I collected, to begin with, anything you can think of. As it says here, book, art, posters, manuscripts, medals. I own about 30% of all the fencing medals ever have been handed out in the Dutch national championships. That sort of idiocy. You name it, everything that was either historically or was simply beautiful. Obviously, the books, if you like, the aesthetic and the historical stuff, the books become extremely important. And so my book collection grew and grew and grew, and at one point in time it became difficult for me to manage, and I was not really a book historian. So then the collaboration started with Miriam Vogelaar, who can expand upon the contents of the book. And the book is, for those who don't know it yet, it's this size, it's here so you can look at it. And all of the books in my collection that are from before 1800. Obviously that's only part of it, and not all manuscripts and not all pictures and all that is in there, but it's nearly all the books I have collected before 1800 up to 2 years ago 3 years ago, something like that. Because slowly but surely, it is still expanding. Outside of the books, I have focused more on Dutch history, because it just became too much. I live in Amsterdam. By the way, that little tunnel you saw me in is about 1 kilometer away from the spot where Thibaut d'Anvers taught fencing in Amsterdam. And one of his pupils was a very famous playwright, the Dutch Molière, so to speak, from Brederode. And also in the Royal Library, there is a book that his pupils put together for him when he had to leave and teach at some court where he had been summoned, and an offer he couldn't refuse, so to speak. So even though I hadn't expected when I started collecting, there is still some real fencing history in Amsterdam itself. And being a born and bred Amsterdam boy, I was, of course, very proud of that. Miriam will say a bit more about the book and the early words. Okay, interesting elements, maybe not all old enough for you, but still I think they're interesting. I have the meeting minutes of a Dutch fencing club starting at the foundation of the club in 1856, so it was sort of the beginning of sports. And the club stopped in 1990, and they very diligently took notes in all their meeting minutes. And I have all those minutes. So the whole development of fencing as a competitive sport at the moment when sports were born, so to speak, as a sport concept for everybody, can be seen. It's a great piece of social history and a rare manuscript that I really found very interesting. I also collected some scrapbooks that Dutch Olympians, fencer Olympians kept during the Olympics, and for those who know Lucien Gaudin, champion hors compétition, I have a few flowers that were picked from his victory bouquet, so to speak, that he handed over to a fencing lady. That sort of strange elements are in my collection as well. I even have the driver's license of Nedo Nadi, who was a two-time Olympian champion on foil and épée. So it's just, I don't know why I own it, but I came across it and I said, well, that's strange, so I purchased it. Which doesn't really sound like structural collecting, but that's basically because most of the structural work has gone into this book, and that was me. Okay, also strange things like cigarette case signed by Lucien Gaudin and Johnny Weissmuller, who played Tarzan, and during the Paris Olympics. And I stumbled upon something that I do not own, but as I do my research, there are a few things that I found extremely interesting, and I thought I'm going to tell that to you here and ask you if you can help me with the following. I found an ordinance of the Fencing Guild of San Michele, and this guild existed already in the early 15th century in the city of Bergen op Zoom. Bergen op Zoom was part of the House of Burgundy, so Maximilian of Austria visited there in 1500. And they had a very close relationship to Antwerp. The local ruler that made Bergen op Zoom a big marketplace, an internationally renowned place, was Jan van Glijmes. And he was also known as Jan met de lippen, so basically John with the lips. Immediately make me think of Elvis, who said something on my lip. But he had strange lips. Yeah, this was him. Anyway, two of his sons became members of the Golden Fleece. One a major local ruler, and another one the Bishop of Kamerik. And a friend of mine at one point in time, Ton Hazes, discovered this ordinance, and it was written in May 1486. And this it is one of the oldest in existence that speaks on how to behave in a fencing school, and maybe it is the oldest in existence, because the only other one that we could find was in German, and that was, I think, a year and a half later. So it may be the the oldest one of its kind known globally, but there must be one in Italy somewhere, or in Germany that is even older than that. This is the gentleman that actually declared that it should be done, and this is an impression of the city and the palace he built, the place he lived in. And luckily it has not been destroyed and is still in great condition in the Netherlands. These are the first of 9 pages. There are 6 pages with 3 pages of addition in 1492. And we obviously had it transcribed. And one of the things, so what is it about? Part of it is about a yearly competition on the True Cross Day. It doesn't exist anymore because there were 2 True Cross Days and the Catholic Church combined them into one. But there used to be one, and there's still in South America is one on May the 3rd. And it's to celebrate the day that Saint Helen, the mother of Emperor Constantine, found the True Cross. Something you should remember. It has always been very important in Bergen-op-Zoom. It is also about, not the rules of the competition, but about the governance of the guild. And there's quite a bit about the obligations during the competition. And it's also, for example, about that it has the sole right to teach fencing in the town and what the several punishments are. It's about the entrance to the building grounds. If nobody is there, you're not supposed to enter. It's about not bending your sword with foot or knee. It's about not interrupting your teacher. About playing dice in the fencing school. About swearing. And it's also about all the different punishments connected to transgressing these prescriptions. It does, in fact, in the whole way of how to behave in a fencing school look very much like editions that were made years later. And I think it is quite interesting that they resemble that because it shows a similarity of behavior in fencing schools over time that I actually find quite interesting. My main research question around this topic has not been, is this really earliest example? Because before you know it, you spend 2 years of your life proving it was the earliest, and then somebody comes along and it's not. So the earliest is not the most interesting thing. The most interesting thing is, this is a very early one. Why was it there in that place? What made them write it down? Because there weren't many examples about. Because many of the city's ordinances have survived in the Netherlands and Belgium, of course. So why here? Why this specific town? And what happened? And I think I've come close to formulating the complete set of circumstances and context that makes it possible to write a book about it. And that is something that I will do relatively shortly. And once that's done, I will happily present it to you at the next time. But it seems like a small town today, but it had a lot of significance at that time. Well, finally, it's an honor to be here, to finally be here to look at somebody who is a far more successful collector than I am, obviously, and to be able to speak to you and to be able to learn from what you have to tell. It's very, very good that we finally come over, and thank you for your welcome.
Excellent. We have a little bit time for a small coffee break. We can also accompany Roberto to the museum to see already for the first time a little bit what's going on there. After the break, we will have 2 speakers more, willing to be first Mr. Manuel Valle, and then afterwards, our host of today, Roberto, will present his. Excuse me. Sorry, I made a little mistake. We still are entitled to a short presentation of the book that Dr. Mokken mentioned, the book on his early collection, and this will be done by Miriam Vogelaar before we have a break. Excuse me.
So this will be some small words. So thank you for having me. Just some small words on my book. Mr. Mokken and I met back in 2009 when I was describing two big fencing books collection for an auction house I was working on at the time. And we met then in Amsterdam and he bought a significant part of that collection. And as a matter of fact, Roberto was there as well. So that was my earliest connection with Roberto. It was nice to see those two together at that early time already. And later on I passed working for an antiquarian bookshop, and Mr. Mokken's path and my path crossed again in 2014 when he came to me and asked, I'm having some difficulties to find somebody who can describe my collection. I want to have it properly catalogued, described, and cared for, should it be necessary. I would be happy to do that, so I started working for his collection then, and it was so nice to see back all the books I described back in 2009, so it came full circle. We were fortunate enough to add some interesting books along the road. Many of those are in that book as well. And then we came to make a collection of the books, which are listed in here. I think we did a really nice job to make a nice overview of his collection to 1800. And you will see it's the descriptions are quite analytical, bibliography. I'm a book historian by nature, so the cultural analysis is something, yes, which others should elaborate on. But I hope we offered a small, unique glimpse in the first part of his collection. And should you be interested, I would be happy to answer any questions you might have. We brought a few copies along for those who wish to inspect the book, and feel free to ask me anything, any questions you might have. Thank you.
Very well. So for all clarity, you have some exemplar of the book with you. People can look at them and eventually maybe even buy them, right?
Yes. We have I forgot to ask you, there is of course a conference. Should you be interested to buy one, there is of course a conference price, and it's 50 euros. So normal price of the book is 75. So it's feel well.
Thank you very much indeed. And now then, as I said, we will have a small break. The time now is 42, so a little bit, say 45. We start around 11, I would say. Take a good quarter of an hour for a coffee break, and you can already take a first look at the collection. So we gain a little bit of time, which we will use to add to the panel discussion. Thank you very much, and see you back within a quarter of an hour. is going to be Manuel Valle Ortiz. He will speak about his own collection. And after that, we will have Mr. Gotti, who will take us for a tour in the museum, and then we will have a panel discussion.
Can anybody help?
Yes, well, thank you to Roberto, to yeah, really, I was tricked to be here because between the great collectors, because I am a very, very modest collector. I have only Spanish books. My interest is with so at the beginning I was asked to speak about something, the transmission of knowledge, transmission of books between different languages, and so and so I made a presentation about the translation of Spanish books, contemporary translation of Spanish books or Portuguese, Italian books in other languages. But it's interesting, we're speaking today on how the books were translated from one language to other in its own time. And so, I am just it's a very, very short presentation of how these books were translated in this moment. You have seen by the books that were in the core collection and other collections, the proportion of Spanish books. Most of them were from the 19th century or the 17th century. Very few of the 18th century, because the 18th century, as the Spanish books were very important in the 17th century, in the 18th century they are coming up. Later, in the 19th century, there was an explosion of the French books, and there were translation of French books to other languages, or predominance of French books. No? And so you can see that how of different times there were interest in different kind of books. See the German books, Italian books. There are also two peaks in the 16th century, also in the 19th century. The French books very important also in the 18th century was the French, etc. So it is important to compare different times, different places, different languages. Well, you know that the stress is in time. Probably you know that is very specific for the Iberian countries, and also in the countries under the influence of the Spaniards, where in Italy, the Low Countries, also in America and parts of Asia. The Hispanic Empire, joining Spain and Portugal, was most part of Europe, America, also Asia, Africa, and a lot of world. And there were trade routes between Spain, America, and Asia. And there was the silver, go from America to Asia, and the goods from Asia to America and back to Europe. So there was a connection by the Pacific, and also there was a connection through the Portuguese by the Indic and the Atlantic Ocean. Well, this is the context, and then we're speaking about some books that can be related with the Spanish and the older translation. Pietromonte, that some people say that it was Spanish. Most of the people think it was Italian, but people, they have some kind of relation with Spain. In fact, he says that this book was written originally in Spanish, translated to Latin. We have in Spain, in the Escorial library, a manuscript, or partial manuscript of the Pietromonte. This is written in Spanish. Some people discuss if it is a draft or a resume. We don't know for sure, but we know that this belongs to Collectaria. And also, interestingly, we found a manuscript from the 19th century. It was a copy of the 16th century by the reenactors of Spain in the 19th century. They found this manuscript, they transcribed it, but they don't know who the Escorial manuscript is anonymous, no? But the text belongs to the same manuscript. And so that we are not the first to recover things. People who have been working, searching for manuscript, also made his work. There's another lost. This is the response. It's written not in Spanish, but in Catalan. He said it was in this castle of Naples, so the king of Aragon was the last place where this book was seen, but actually it's lost. Not where it is. Coming another, this is the Godinho. This is a book for a Portuguese author in the time of Philip II, the first for the Portuguese. Between it was years when Spain and Portugal were united under the same king, and this is written in a language that is difficult because it's Spanish written by a Portuguese. Most of the Portuguese can understand and speak Spanish, and the Spanish is not the same. The languages are very, very similar. Also, there's a cultural influence of Portugal, and they are using Spanish more. This is practically in both languages. And this is important because it's probably one of the only books we have about rural fencing. This is the fencing that was practiced before the state. There is also a manuscript. This is in the Coimbra University, the library. And this is a manuscript. They have this nice book plates, and this is written in Portuguese. And this, the author is claimed by Luis Seixas da Fonseca. But actually, it's not the real author. The real author is Pacheco. These are translations from a Spanish book into Portuguese. But they were claimed by a Portuguese, no? This happens sometimes. Also, they have Jaqet is also a Spanish author, written in Portuguese and claimed to be by a Portuguese author. These are contemporary translations of the Spanish distress text into Portuguese. This is the hand of this. This is the signature of Luis de Seixas da Fonseca. There's also a Portuguese manuscript in the Library of Ayuda that was once the Royal Library. This is in Lisbon, and this is the classical geometric and teachings, and this also is anonymous, but really its author is an insert of a book of Pacheco. This is also a contemporary Portuguese translation. Probably much more clear than Pacheco, because when it was translated into Portuguese, the author put Pacheco more clear. You know, Pacheco was tendency to write very Baroque way, and sometimes it's very difficult to understand even for Spaniards. And they have, you see, the classical diagrams, geometrical, and also these naive people with long heels and very long hair, and well, quite funny picture. This is the Torre Tombo, the modern, this is the National Archives of Portugal. And they have a book that Roberto has here a facsimile of this book. You see, comparing both front pages, this book is written by José de Barros Paiva de Moraes Pona. This is a Portuguese. This is a family of fencers. There was an Olympic fencer of this family. It was competing on the thing until very recently, and this is the successor of this author. And he also has produced the facsimile. He sometimes appears. They are selling it little by little. No? I think they have all the production and selling it by the internet. It's from time to time. But the problem is that this book was presented to the censorship, but it was rejected. We don't know why. But really, what happens is this book is not original. This is a copy of a Spanish book. This is a translation of a book of letters by a Spanish master from some years before. No? It was presented, but for some reason, it was unpublished, and so was archived in the royal records. Speaking also about bilingual books, they have this book. This is about fencing, about horse fighting, lance, and this is discurso sobre la carrera de lanza. Is the discourse over the course of the dance. It's written by a Spanish author and published in Italy, Naples. It is in Spanish and Italian. So it is from the year 1602, yes. It is not the only book we have of Spanish and Italian. This one, other one, there is one over there of Roberto. Yes, you have one. Yes. This is from Tejedo, is an author who was living in Naples also, and published it. You have also one, I think. Yes. Me too. This one is published both in Spanish and Italian. And this very interesting because we see that there was an interest in Spanish and Italian fencing. Both of them were observing each other because there were two schools that were very competitive between them, and so there is a lot of interest in the Spanish for the Italian fencing, and also on the other side. Interesting, see, with Rodella is round shield. Well, we have seen now the other side of the Italian. They have interest, no, the Spanish have interest in the Italian, and they made a translation of Pallavicini. It was casually is over there. We saw that also the Spanish want to know what the Italians were doing. This is only the manuscript, was never published, but you have also the front page that is similar to a book by Pacheco. This image is probably inspired one of the other, we don't know. go a little north, Thibault, in the Low Countries, we know that they have a lot of interest in Spanish fencing. Some people say that this really is a variant of Spanish fencing. They have a lot of things in common. You see, this stance is typical of Spanish fencing. But also what we know is that Thibault can at least write and understand Spanish. This is written by Thibault, by his hand. It is writing in Spanish. Escribo esto en memoria de la buena conocida que he tenido con el señor in Amsterdam, and the date. I write this in memory of the good knowledge and friendship I have with Mr. It is written in Spanish, but not only in Spanish, but in Spanish hand, because I can read it quite well, but I have problems reading English hand, or French hand, they are quite different from Spanish hands. But this hand is Spanish, it's not French hand. So this is another one, another handwriting from Thibault. No? You know what the Spanish was well known in the Low Countries this time. And this is a soneto by Luis Méndez de Carmona, who was a fencer from Spain. Well, in the 18th century, there was enlightenment, things were changing, the French is more fashionable, and so we have in Spain very few books, but this one appeared, this is a book is written for the midshipmen, the School of Midshipmen in Cali. They were trying to modernize the teaching of the Navy, and so they take the French system of fencing. They say this old Spanish system is too old. We need modern things. We need French fencing. And so Nicolas Perrinat is a French master and write this book. But this, is probably a copy of La Net. These books we have a lot of hand copies because it was a book for the midshipmen, a textbook. Usually they copy it, and they make copies of the pictures, and there are, I think, more than 5 manuscripts of this book different because they were usually made sometimes, as you see here, probably by the pupils. They make these funny pictures of the fencers, no? For their use. Because we are coming to a little later at the encyclopedia. The encyclopedia was published in French. In Spain, the story is complicated because at the beginning it was seen like a devilish publication from the liberal French, everything like that. Was prohibited by the Inquisition. But there was some years, there was some kind of more open times, and they provide the Inquisition with a new great inquisitor, was the Bishop of Cuenca, and they allowed the publication of some volumes of the encyclopedia. And they published the Spanish translation of the French encyclopedia. What is interesting in the French encyclopedia fencing part is that it's also sometimes made for the market. The text is from Girard, but the plates are from Angelo. There's nothing to do with the text. This is funny. And in the Spanish publication, they also made the addition of Spanish terms that were nothing to do with the French system. Also, in the Spanish plates, they made a separate publication of plates. They, as you see here, they have corrected the length of the swords because applying the Spanish system, the first plate was completely wrong. This is not sense, and they say this cannot work. We are going to arrange things in the way that the Spanish can win the fight with the French, no? And they made the proper arrangement, changing the plate. No, there is a separate plate collection that is different from the French academic plates. We are very known. This is inspired. Well, there is a 19th century, a lot of translations of books from French to Spanish. So the French system was taking much more importance, and they, also this interesting case of a two steps translation, translated from the French to the Spanish and the Spanish to the Portuguese. Yes, and the Portuguese, I don't know why, because I think perhaps the Portuguese custom is appear with a different name of a different type. It's the same text. Well, there were appearing many books, and the 19th century also we have books from United Kingdom on one translation of a saber manual for the army, the navy, and also some kind of books of fencing. And so to finish this presentation, some small conclusions. We see that the Portuguese translation from Spanish into Portuguese or Italian, but in the 18th and the 19th century, the type changed side, and there was translation from another language into Spanish. Well, English is the new Latin, is the universal language now. Other German languages as German, Italian, French, and Chinese Arabic. We know there are books in Chinese, in Arabic, and Turkish, but we have problems to achieve translation of this book. We are out of our scope because nobody knows enough fencing and Turkish to translate these books now. And in the case of this Destreza, we have problems. We have a great lack of translators who can adequately translate from Spanish into English, and so we have started to publish now some books, but we have a lot of troubles. As Italians say, traduttore, traditore.
Thank you very much, Matt. Very interesting. It appears that the eye on the intercultural and interlinguistic relations depends a little bit on where and how and in which period the collections take place. We have already had 3 different perspectives with a different kind of accent on certain languages, and I think that the overall picture still has to be made. We are now going to the last speaker of the first part of our conference, of our symposium, which is our good friend Roberto, who presents his own collection. I am afraid, though, that people following the live stream will only see a few minutes of him, because we are certainly going to the museum, right?
This is the project.
Okay, that's okay.
So, only a few seconds, then we will have our lunch, and we will stay at the museum as long as you would like after. But I want only to tell you what we will see today, what we take out. Because as I say, the laboratory museum, so things are on the walls or in the shelf, and I take out some of the books. The collection today is around about 1,000 engravings and photo from the 15th century till the 20th century. Is 500 e-books and 100, 800, 900, I don't know, of books from the 19th century till the 21st century, and sword. Some hundreds of sword and objects. All of them birth, and we start to study Oceanian martial art and Eastern martial arts, so some objects you will see there, they are from other culture, because I think that at the end of the story, the men and MAM, their decoration are this, and what we search, without is the same. What we take out today about objects, there are two swords, and one pommel and one spear, because one of the swords is produced in Italy, between Brescia and Milano, golden head and very beautiful bombardier sword, but this sword bear on the Elsa, on the handle, the mon of a Japanese family and the symbol of God in Japanese, because this was the gift given from the Europeans, the guy that opened the island of, I will never remember, Hirado, in Japan. That was the first open port to Europeans. So this was the sword that was given as a gift to this guy that after started to build cannons, learning from Europeans how to build beautiful cannons. We were angry at the end when they decided to change port, so he started to kill Christians and Muslims. But at the beginning, the sword was a good gift. Then there is another sword that bears on the pommel a face that we yet don't understand if it is Polynesian tattoo, African tattoo, but it's a face, absolutely not European, with tattoos on the face. So this is another sword that tells us what was really happening in the 17th century in that case. There is a small pommel with horns, pannocchia. I don't know how to translate in English, but it's corn. And they are on a 16th century pommel, late 16th century pommel. The last one is a spear with Inca animals engraved and worked with silver on it. Regarding books, what we will see, there are books that speak about languages. There is fantastic translation of Morsicato Pallavicini, a manuscript, two manuscripts, ordered by the family of the Maestro Maggiore, and painted by a guy that was 9 years old at the time and will become an artist. So this shows us how the Italian culture was interested in the Spanish culture of sword fighting and vice versa, because Texedo shows us the vice versa. We will see an incredible manuscript of two big books with 900 drawings on it. That is the entire life of a master who was trying to understand Salvatore Fabris, but he exceeded because Salvatore Fabris has not 900 engravings. And we found the printed version that is very reduced. I don't know, we will see Russian, French translation, we will see Italian, German, Italian, Spanish. So I think we see that sword was a place where culture they mix, where culture that they confront, they face each other, but they learn from each other. I know that Marco will give a part of discussion after regarding North Italy in the 17th century. That was a place where all the tradition they came and they faced each other, German, Spanish, French. There is the last manuscript that we find, 1744, in which this guy that teaches how to use a captive rapier in the 1744, say the first guard is the mixed guard, is Italian, the second is Spanish, the third is French, and the fourth is Neapolitan. So his system was a fighting system, was a military system, taken from everywhere what he considered the best. And we will see a little bit regarding one aspect that we start with today, because today is the first conference, and I'm sure we will make other conference of this about this title, is the genius. We normally forgot that martial art is not Mickey Mouse, the small nephew of something else. Architecture, philosophy, literature. No. It was a key point. Most of the other branches of culture, they were devoted to the martial art. Because with martial art, I'm speaking till the 16th century, after airplanes, bombs, and firearms came, but I don't know nothing about after the 16th century. I don't want to know. But till the 16th century, the man with the sword in the hand was conquering the kingdom, was conquering the patrimony, was defending the nucleus of people. So all the art, they were devoted to the martial art. And we will see something, we will see the manuscript of Gisliero, nephew of Pope Pio V, the Pope of Lepanto, but also drinking and eating time by time with Galileo Galilei. And Gisliero is the first guy to put the Vitruvian Man inside the Helsing manual. And we will see the manuscript made by him. And we will see the two books of Pietro Monte. Sorry, Manuel, you will die telling that he's Spaniard. He's not a Spaniard, he's Italian. We have the proof. And the small piece of letter that they found in the bibliothèque in Milano is only calling him Spanish guy because he was fighting in Granada and blah, blah, blah. And the manuscript is a reduction of the original, so don't try with me again. Don't try again. We will see Pietro Monte, two books, but also the two medals of Pietro Monte. And I will not tell who has done these medals because it's something that is coming out soon by somebody else. But I tell who was taking lection of ballistica and darts and baby sword by Pietro Monte, Mr. Leonardo da Vinci, a minor intelligence in front of Pacioli or in front of Pietro Monte. Sorry, because Leonardo is great, but when we speak about war, he must ask Pietro Monte. So this is what we will see. We will see the furniture of Maestro Camillo Agrippa, later the Maestro Camillo Agrippa, but on the furniture there is the treaty of Maestro Camillo Agrippa. He was a genius. He was building ships, teaching how to do colors, how to bring the obelisk in Piazza San Pietro, and he was a great fencing, let me call it master, or if he does not define himself master. He put in his book the idea of the dynamic sfera 400 years before the great Muriel Shiba put it as fundament of Aikido, and 500 years before we see it with the Steven Seagal movies. So we will see this on the table. So let's spend some time with the toys after that, and accept this introduction as an invitation to be here next year. Please bring other beautiful paper like the paper that will be listened this afternoon, or please come again and show your collections like we have done today. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So now we will take a small round table for a few questions and discussion, and then a bit earlier than foreseen, we will go to the restaurant, which is at the other side of the street, if I'm correct, Liam? In front of, okay. Can I invite the speakers to come?
Can I ask you all the speakers to sign this, because we are, we will keep it as a memory.
Is there a good place to do that?
You choose your color on the basis of your...
So, the speakers sign the poster, the afternoon speakers as well, or not?
Yes,
Everybody.
everybody.
This will be there the whole day. Dr. Mokken, Dr. Smets, Roberto, and Mr. Valle, Dr. Valle. You can ask, comment, whatever you want, but don't start the lecture on your own. Keep it a little bit concise, right? Is there a microphone in the room? Otherwise,
Microphone.
For the Global Collection and the other collections, I took all the titles. At least for the Global Collection, I took all the titles, so even the novels, there's a translation of 1001 Nights, for example, from Arab in French. It's also part of the numbers. For the Hutton Bequest, the same. For the FIC collection, what I read about it, there are two big parts in the collection. One part about dancing books, and one part about horses and horse riding. But the catalog I had, and I think it's a rather confidential publication, not widespread. It was only about the fancy books. And then for the general numbers, the bibliography I used was divided in different sections. So I didn't make any distinction. I based myself on other distinctions already made.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm safe here. I'm from Belgium. I actually had a question about the Spanish collection. You mentioned the libro of the marketing with Xavier. One word about Xavier, the horsemanship. Have you looked at the textuality? You see which horse system they use, because in Spain they have works, they have a lot of works as well. Does he refer back to them, or is it really to the dressage they want in France, for instance? As Filipe talks about doing the well, like, have you looked at the intertextuality, where it's what up to?
I most speak about is fancy book. I already include my bibliography, fancy books where they have something to do with fighting with lances or something like that. There are a lot of Spanish fancy book about dressing, a lot of both styles of fancy, the netas, the knees folded, and also with long, no way I got a horse from and this book is especially only speaks about the company in the government. You see the picture of and they fight with fight, and there is a very small mention about it. Okay? There are small part of there are other Spanish books about fencing in lances, but usually in a book of horsemanship, there are a small also about fighting with lances, also with fencing with swords, and something where they have blades. They call it the canes. They use canes are full of kitchen, and they throw it, and when they hit, they explode, and they have it. They usually maybe one was dresses as Christians, or as Muslims. In fact,
That's actually been done in low countries as well, especially. There's an example of the process. So it's actually able to show this was.
they have a lot of material about that, and this is in Spanish.
Yes, I wanted to ask a little question, or make a small comment on what you said about the guild in Bergen op Zoom. It's a pity that Bert Gevaert is not here, because he wrote about the St. Guild in Bruges, and if, maybe some can help me, if I remember correctly, the statutes there were earlier than the ones you have. 1456. So luckily enough, you did not spend 2 years of your life proving that this was the first one, because you would already have been discarded now. But it's of course very interesting, and we're very happy actually that in our part of the world there are so many, relatively many really old witnesses of the existence of these structures, which contributes a lot to the understanding of our martial
Yes, somebody, the gentleman over there already gave me, Daniel already gave me that paper. And one of the earliest things I noticed when I started writing about this is that there are statues as such, like the organization of the guild itself. The thing that interested me most, being a fencer, is what about all the rulings when you were actually in the fencing school? So not the obligations of the guild in itself and the rights the guild had in town, but also, and I don't think it was in the one in Bruges, can you play dice? Can you bring your children and your partners? Can you stay on and hang about? And is it the social, or how should you behave? And the continuity of those rules when you are inside the school, the ones that I said go all the way through to the early 19th century. You still have those rules then, even if the guilds have been forbidden by Napoleon. That is the thing that interests me most, basically. Okay.
Yes. In Iberian countries, we have at least 3 books about their policy rules for the behavior in the, they are later, they are from the 16th and 17th century, later than that, but also there is a continuum. There are in Spain and Portugal, and they are similar to the 19th century, and also these old rules that are of continuum of rules between different countries and different European cultures.
Yes, and I suppose that we will learn a lot more about this continuity and transmission, because we have heard a lot about the exchange in certain parts of Europe, like Spain, Portugal, Italy, France, and then a little bit more to the north, but the interconnection between those two is still a little bit unclear and lacking. So I hope we will learn more about this. We have time for one more last question, if there is one. Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Mokken. I have a question for Mr. Mokken. I was wondering about the document from the fencing guild you mentioned before. Was it written by the civic authorities of Saint Michel or by the guild itself?
I think it was written by the clerk when the local ruler and his burgomasters were meeting, and they were deciding, and they wrote down all the elements, and then they were signed off and turned into law. So. It is written inside the city by the city rulers. Yeah? Does it answer your question clearly enough? Or? Yes? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause again. I see that it is not yet 12 o'clock, so I think you're perfectly in time to slowly go. We will have the lunch earlier, not at 1 o'clock, but at 12 o'clock until 1 o'clock. So that means that we can start a little bit earlier, and then we will start with the tour, the visit of the museum, for which we have at least half an hour. 1 hour is enough. I will have to read it. No, that's okay. So, lunch, back here at 1 o'clock, and at 2 o'clock, as foreseen, we restart, right, with the lectures. Thank you very much. So we are a quarter of an hour over time, but that's no problem. Since the dinner tonight will be again at the same place, there will be anyhow no time to go back to the hotel or things like that. So it's okay. We are still 5 minutes late. The second part of the day.
They are entertaining themselves of some sort.
Yeah. We have guests that come from all over the world. Can you get to this? Yes. So the second part of the afternoon consists not so much of focus on the collections themselves, but on different presentations regarding multilinguality and interculturality in the corpus of the sources in a large sense. And we have a whole list of distinguished guests. I do not know all the titles by heart. I will simply call the different people on my list, and they have a presentation of around 25 minutes, and then we have 5 minutes for one question or something like that, and then we go to the other one. Around 4 o'clock we will have a pause, a short break, and then we continue until the end, and we'll finally have a small, until that, yes, take us all, right. So, on my list I see as the first name, Daniel Jaqet. A little applause.
Of course he was born in Basel. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear organizers, thank you very much for the invitation. I will try to give my talk in 20 minutes to win some time. My title is Fighting with Words, Interpreting Martial Practices Across Documents, the case of the Fencing Ordinance of Solothurn, 1546. This work I'm presenting to you is in connection with two, one research project looking at archival work in Switzerland and one ongoing exhibition located in Solothurn. Let me start with a small introduction. So, when I started studying these fight books, I was a little Swiss student, and I know that for the 15th century there was several manuscripts in the South Germany, there was several manuscripts in the North Italy, in between roots, multilingual and exchanges. Switzerland, there must be fencing manuals in Switzerland. Of course. I found two for the 15th century, one at the beginning of the 16th century. One is called Hugo Wittenwiller. It's close to the Lichtenauer Commons tradition. This was the subject of my license thesis. I did the edition of this one, and there is one known anonymous manuscript, which is a compilation unachieved by basically Paulus Gall, if we make some shortcuts, time allows. But not really Swiss masters, right, writing this. So I said we should look elsewhere, and I started to look at archival documents. This is published already, you have the reference below. And I found a Peter Schwitzer he was Swiss, of course, is documented between 1490 and 1518, and he traveled. And why is it interesting? He didn't produce fencing books, however, he is listed as one of the captains of the fencing ordinance in Concord next to Peter Falkner. So there is a strong connection with this fencing master traveling and the author of our works. This is the places where he is documented. So he served as a fencing master for the city of Basel, also in Baden, in Bern, and is documented then as the captain of the Matzbruder. What I'm going to talk about today is one document. It's this one. It's, we are always interested into fighting books. I also interested into knowing more about the fighting practice. And this is a fencing ordinance of the city of Solothurn. It's an exchange between a local fencing master, and he was a Pelzhandler, so a one making furs, clothing, and he asked permission of the city to hold a fencing school within the walls. And what is interesting about this document, it's inside it explained what he taught. He explained for how much, when, and how. So very, very interesting related to the practice itself. So I outline one passage here. I will just read the translation. Thereafter we shall teach him the 5 strikes. You probably know what it is. Additionally, one lifting up, one laying down, 4 putting down, 3 exits, and 3 techniques in front of the man. All of which belongs to the rules of the school. Schulrecht. For these techniques, everyone shall give one guilder as a remuneration. So this list of technical words, they were presented to non-fencing people, to authorities. Did they understand this? Do we understand this? It's a good question. So we started a little research project around here. One of the members of this research project is here. Maciej is here. You will see him on video later. So what we did basically, oh yes, if you want to have the full transcription of the document, just flag this or shoot me an email and you have the access to the whole, it's online, free, open access. What we did actually, we tried to make a small case study of Solothurn. Solothurn is interesting because you have documentation. This is an aerial view of the city. We know where they were fencing. We know the list of all the fencing masters there were before this master and the next master. We know, and so on. I could tell you stories about this, but it's not very interesting. We have material that is documented, observed. We have one of these fencing swords, so fencing stimulators used in these competitions. Here, a very good example. I will also tell a little bit more after this. We also have this fight book. This Solothurner Fechtbuch, unachieved, and you can also flag this to have additions and more documentation here if you would like. But more interestingly, it's what we did with it. We decided to make not only a research and publication, we wanted to display this research and to touch more people into the exhibition. So we said, okay, so if you look at this document with these weird words, you don't understand them, what's behind? Could we find connections between our values and these technical words? And can we document interpretation and to offer this into immersive visualization for the public? So this we did. We went to this volumetric capture lab. This morning Roberto showed us motion capture with the passive one, the little dots. And this captures the surface. So it's different. If you strike to another one and you hit the walls, it doesn't matter. It's better. Expensive? So what was the process? I was accompanied by Maciej Talaga and Wiebe Mokken. At that time, 2 PhD candidates. Now, have you finished, Maciej? Yeah. Okay. So I tasked them to do different elements, and one of these tasks, Maciej did this. So he decided to look into correspondences of these technical words with the German-speaking corpus. And he used a platform that does quantitative analysis of data with Maxstar platform, and here you can see the different steps and the results. At the end, we found that and that and that much correspondence, and then we decided we will use this one to interpret and show this interpretation. That was the roadmap and the open file. So we did some choices, then we went on for the training, and then we captured it, and at the end we have this data set that we now exploit. Exploitation looks like this. This is the museum installation. So you have the original source that is there. You have the replica that is here so the people can handle this. And then they have this visual screen where they can choose which word they want to see, and they see what you're going to see in a moment. So as I said, the replica and the original, the flight book, and the archival documents, and the installation. So this is what the visitor of the exhibition will see when he clicks on one of the 5 words. One of the 5 words refers to the 5 Meister strike, and this is the interpretation we show. So first you see the whole action in these 3 movements. So that's the first impression of the technique. Then you have the link with the source that we were interpreting from, and then we can stop, point, and change the perspective to explain for people to better understand what happens behind the scenes. This was done with very little means. We can do so much more with that kind of data set because like cinema nowadays with this 3D, we can choose the perspective of the camera, it moves, you can zoom in, zoom out, you can do whatever you want, basically. And I would like to explore this further because I think it's a great tool if we want to produce, for example, let's say augmented text editions with visual glossaries. So this is what I was aiming for many years. And now, step by step, I'm getting closer to this, and I think this is a good avenue to pursue. I thank you very much for your attention, and I will be glad to answer your questions.
Very rich and very compact. Questions? No? Did I see the green key that they use in cinema registrations that you showed there and the techniques? So this is the green screen that they use for cinema.
Not really one of the background is green, but it's easier to it's a bit different. It's 56 cameras, infrared, it captures your surface. It transforms the surface into meshes, and then you can put textures on it.
So you don't carry a special suit for this?
No. Okay. That's the point, because the previous technology, when you hit, then the voice dies, so it's good to capture one single guy. With this system, you also have functions. One of the issues is that when 2 people are together, and the system treats this as one entity, so then there are ways to separate them, but yeah, it needs to solve the way.
This is indeed a very promising avenue. Okay, if this is it, questions, and I suggest that we go to the next speaker. Speakers, I remind you of the question of Roberto to sign the poster. Those who did not yet do it, please don't forget. The next person on my list is Manuel Valle.
Hello everyone. I'm Marco Ferrari. I'm a teacher. I'm a rapier teacher from Guardia di Croce Brescia. My lecture is about. Comparison between national styles was very strong, and that's true. That's true also in some specific context, like the context of northern Italy, and that's for different reasons. One reason is, of course, the spreading of the practice of the civilian duel. In the previous century, it was strongly ritualized, and then in this century, it was a clandestine duel because it was sanctioned by the church and also by the state. And that form of clandestine duel had a spreading that was that proceeded from the aristocracy also to lower classes. So there were much more situations of confrontation between fencers, and that was due in the context of northern Italy, in which there was a strong presence of stranger occupation. And the aim of my lecture is to prove that in the second half of the 17th century, northern Italy was a confrontation ground between national styles. And in order to reach these goals, I will use some sources, like manuscript sources, like the manuscript from Giovan Battista Cristiani, which is kept in the Library of Milan, Library of Milan. Another manuscript that I will use as source is Giovan Battista Sozza. Is a manuscript that is kept here in MAM, a master from Bergamo. And then another source that I use, a manuscript source that I use, is Carlo Dati, Regolamento Ristretto Schermigero, which is kept also here in the MAM Museum. It dates 1744. I will use also other sources, other treatise sources, such as Giovanni Gregorio, Arte di adoperare la spada, 1682, Il vero maneggio di spada from Alessandro Senese, 1660, and Conte di Mazzo, La spada maestra, 1696. First of all, if you can see the Italian fencing panorama from a bird's-eye perspective in the second half of the 17th century, we see that in the northern Italy, that panorama has more variety than in the south. And that's true for two reasons. The first one is that in the northern Italy there was the presence of stranger powers, and that presence was a bringer of political and social conflict. So northern Italy was divided in different areas. Some were indigenous states, like the National Republic, other one, like the Lombardy, were under the stranger domination. And another reason why the fencing panorama in northern Italy is more varied than in the south is that in the northern Italy there wasn't the presence of a school like in the south, which was unified under the cohesive presence of the Marcelli's dynasty. In the northern Italy there wasn't such a dynasty of masters, so fencing systems were quite isolated and developed in their own. But they were more influenced by continental fencing. So there was a great exchange between the masters from the northern Italy and the continental fencing, the continental authors. That lack of unity, that lack of cohesion between the fencing system of the north penalized their recognition abroad. For example, when Spanish author speaks about the average Italian fencers, they consider the southern fencer because it has a style that was more recognizable for them. For example, when Ecknard or other Spanish authors speaks about Italian fencers, they consider the Roman Napoleon fencer. So they describe a style which is very mobile, with incursions from the long distance, toccata nervata, and other typical elements of that kind of fencing. Also, they consider the narrow and very quick footstep. It's a style that was very different from the one that was practiced in the northern Italy, which was more similar to the French one, was influenced by the French one, but also from the Spanish one. And was a style which was more based on caution, cautious approaches, on long and stretched lunges from the long distance. A very well-refined work on the blade. These were the traits of that kind of fencing. And that's true because one Neapolitan author, D'Alessandro, speaking about Italian fences, makes a statement in his treatise. He tells that half of the Italian fence like the French is referring to the fencer of northern Italy, and the other half fence like Napoleon, and it's referring to the southern. For example, that exchange between the northern Italian fencing system and the continental tradition is very. We can see it in the treatise, in the manuscript of Giovanni Battista Cristiani. He speaks about the French guard, he speaks about the Spanish guard, and he adopted that kind of guard in his system. So he didn't consider them only like enemies or threats to be faced. He didn't search only technical way to fight against them, but he takes elements from them. So he introduces two guards, one French guard and one Spanish guard in this system. Also Giovanni Pietro Gorio, who published his treatise in the Spanish-occupied Milan, uses a lot of references from Spanish treatises. For example, when he speaks about the division of a blade, he adopted a Spanish division of a blade, which is more complex than the Italian one. For example, his fencing is more similar to the one described by Liancourt. When Liancourt describes a guard, he describes a guard which is the same that Gorio described in his treatise. And his engagement, his footstep is very similar to the one, for example, of the Southern School. So he takes a lot of elements and creates a unique system, a Lombard system, that is very similar to the one, for example, of Solza. Another manuscript is kept here in MAM. It's a master from Bergamo, and he also has a lot of influence from the Spanish fencing, from the French fencing. Also in Gorio, for example, the use of circular action in order to take the enemy blade is something that probably he takes from the Spanish reading of the reading of Spanish treatises. Other element is that Gorio, for example, considers the disarm of the enemy as the conclusion of the combat. You can see a Spanish echoes in this kind of sensibility. For example, another author, which is here we can see Ecknard, for example, we consider the Spanish, the Italian fencer. This is a stoccata nervata from the Southern School. And this is a picture of the Marcelli dynasty. Here, what I'm talking about, for example, Bonde di Mazzo, which is an author, a Venetian author, but he has a very strong influence by French fencing. We can see this influence in the use of some terms. For example, the term fianconata is used in the same way as Liancourt or Latouche used the term flanconade, but it's not the same as is used by the other Italian authors. For other Italian authors, for example, Marcelli, fianconata is another thing. But he speaks like a French. And also he makes a lunge like Liancourt. As you can see, lunge in the Italian school, you see in the left part, you see two lunges, one from Marcelli, the others from Pallavicini, with a very straight body, okay? And this is the lunge from Liancourt, and this is the lunge from Bondi di Mazzo. So you see an advancement of the torso, which is not typical of the Italian way of fencing. So it was strongly influenced by continental tradition. Here you can see Liancourt, which shows an Italian guard, and that Italian guard is the same as described by Gorio, for example. Gorio or Solza describe that kind of guard, which has the weight centered, the fist in the fourth guard, very well raised. And that's another aspect, because Italian authors are influenced by continental fencing, not only on a technical level, but they are influenced also on a cultural level, for example. And that's quite obvious in Gorio, which makes a treatise, which is it's not a technical treatise, but it's a treatise that mainly speaks about the figure of the master. The figure of the master as an intellectual, as a man of sword and letter, and in this way he is strongly influenced by the Spanish, because he sees in the social recognition of the Spanish master something that he wants to bring also in Italy. So how must be a master? The master must be recognized, okay? like in Spain. And that's something that has also Pallavicini himself. He blamed about the fact that in Italy all can teach. We must be like in Spain. So there was a strong cultural influence. That cultural influence was strong also in the south, but it was more strong in the north, where there wasn't an unified system. So masters from the north take some elements, also on a material level. For example, the only two Italian authors of the second half of the 17th century that uses, for example, the new type of weapon derived from the France, which is the small sword. The only Italian authors that uses or that speaks in their treatises about the use of the small that adopt this weapon are from northern Italy. As you know, in the south there was a refusal for that kind of weapon. For example, Marcelli writes in his treatise that the small sword is a sort of truffa. Yes, he doesn't want to use it because it's a smaller weapon and you can't use it against an opponent which is armed with a longer weapon. But in the north, there was an adoption of that kind of weapon. For example, two authors, Giovanni Pietro Gorio and Giovan Battista Sozza, uses transitional weapons that are more similar to small sword than to rapier. And that was, of course, a continental influence on them. For example, here you can see from the treatise of D'Alessandro, he shows the stoccata napoletana, and he shows the Napolitan fencer with a cut-hilt rapier. And he shows the stoccata foresta, which is the lunge that was made by the French and the authors of northern Italy. And he shows the one who makes the northern lunge with a weapon that is not a rapier. For example, this is the treatise from Marin Bresciani, another treatise from northern Italy. It's a treatise of Pike. He's an infantry officer. He uses, for example, a kind of sword that is in the middle from a crab-like sword and a small sword. And he dressed like a French. You see the same dresses in the Liancourt treatise, which is after, which is the 1670. So there was a very strong cultural influence on these masters, and we see it on different planes. On a technical plane, with the adoption of elements from the continental system, on a cultural level, with the adoption of the figure of the master, like in Spain, and with the adoption of the new kind of weapon, with a French weapon. Another author that I want to speak in the conclusion is Master Carlo Dati, because he writes his treatise in the middle of the 18th century. We have very few Italian treatises, very few manuscripts from that period. And he wrote in 1744, and in his treatise we can see how deep-rooted is that syncretism between continental fencing and Italian fencing, because he speaks about 4 guards, the 4 guards of his systems. From these 4 guards, 2 guards are one is a French guard, the other is a Spanish guard, the other one is a Southern Italian guard, and the last one is a Northern Italian guard. So, and these guards are not used like, are structural in this system, are used for fighting. So, he shows a very high peak of syncretism that for me it's the most beautiful way to prove the heritage of that period of great syncretism in our
Wait a second, maybe there are questions. Anybody wants to raise a question? I mean, you have a question?
I don't need that, thank you, Karen. So, if somebody has spoken in the past about the non-existence of a North Italian school, it was misunderstanding.
In northern Italy, there isn't a school in a classical way that we can consider it. There wasn't a unified school like in the south with the teaching all the same, because all the teaching from the southern fencer comes from one source, that is the dynasty, the dynasty master of Macelli. In the north there were more systems, a lot of systems, and these systems were strongly influenced by other systems. And these systems were more able than the south to take elements from other traditions.
Okay. Very well. Thank you very much. Does this actually work? Okay. Yes. I'm going to give you the microphone after this.
I don't know whether this does something.
It works. Okay, so my question would be, because the North apparently absorbed quite a lot of different solutions, and do you have, after your research, any idea about general sort of inclusion criteria for these absorbed? So inclusion criteria, I mean, did they seem to have like a list of reasons to borrow things?
Yes, they speaks about, they make analysis about, for example, the Spanish guard. For example, Giovan Battista Cristiani and Giovan Battista Solza, they make analysis on the Spanish guard, on the French guard, and they tell us about the advantage and disadvantage of that kind of guard. Their analysis is not as good as the one that is made by the Spanish masters, because the Spanish masters are very precise on their analysis. And maybe because they are part of a system that is watching the strangers fencing. These are isolated masters that try to keep elements, try to make analysis. They are very short analysis, but it's different from the fencer from the south, for example. Because when the fencer from the south, for example, Alessandro, consider the fencing of the Spanish or the French, he speaks about their fencing, he analyzes their fencing, and in order to fight against them, but by a Napoleon point of view, only by a stilistical Napoleon point of view. The fencer from northern Italy looks at those elements, and they include those elements. So there is a step onward in this. So, okay, good, I take it.
Yeah. A last short question?
I would like to ask, I continuously hear references to countries connected to styles, and some of those countries, if you look at the map in the time itself, weren't really there. So my question is, how do you prevent making the error of connecting styles and events to where is Burgundy in all this? Or where is, and how big is the Spanish core, because how big is Spain at that point in time? Isn't there a risk of labeling what happens according to the map of today while it was happening right then?
Yes, because Spanish is a label, for example. I mean, Spain is a label. But the author speaks about Spanish. At the time, in the advertisements, they speaks about the Spanish fencer. They are the first to analyze this fence and to see there is one style. And it's quite true. I think that Manuel can agree with me that Spanish style was one style. So when you are speaking about Spain, you are speaking about the Stresa in the 17th century. You are speaking about a specific style, which is not always the same, but it can be portrayed very well. So they portray the Spanish style, and they read the details of Narvaez, of Carranza, and they see that style. In the case of the French, it's different, because there wasn't a unique style, of course, but there was an attitude, a sensibility, and they would see that sensibility because they speak about this sensibility. For example, when they describe the way of fencing of the French, Giovan Battista Cristiani and Pallavicini, one from Sicily and the other from Lombardy, from Milan, they describe the same style. They tell that the French strike under the sword, and they fight with the lunges on tempo, and they describe the same kind of fence. So it was maybe there was a sense, there was not a nation, but a fencing sensibility that was the same, and they describe it, and they want to take element from it. Another fun story is that of is in the note of my work about the use of beating the blade with 2 hands, because there is a Latouche that tells in his guys that he sees that kind of practice made by French fencers, but in particular made by a French fencer that was in Italy, that comes from Italy, Dona, Count of Dona. He uses to beat the blade with 2 hands. And there is an Italian author, Giovan Battista Cristiani, that tells, I see French people beating the blade with 2 hands. So we don't know if that kind of practice is a French practice or an Italian practice. Maybe it's both.
Really, the last.
Okay. So real quick, probably just ignorant on my part, but the Reformation, does it play a role in these influences in northern Italy?
Sorry?
The Reformation, does it play a role in the influences in northern Italy?
La
Riforma Protestante.
In the case of my study, I consider mainly French fencing and Spanish fencing, and there wasn't a place for, they were all Latin people with or Catholic people. So the one thing is interesting is that in Italian treatise I couldn't see any influence by German word, for example, from that period. And that could be possible. For some reason. There was less contact with the German word than from the Spanish or the French one, and also probably German. I don't know. I don't know very well German fencing of that period, but I think that it should be very strongly influenced also by Italian fencing. For example, Paris, which was translated, the other Italian books that were translated. So maybe we can see any influence because it's a Italian influence. I don't know about this.
Okay, we have to close. Very nice. On my list, I see the name of Olivier Dupuis.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm there, and also need to thank the French Federation who asked me to travel through Switzerland to Italy to be with you today. I will talk about a case study from the treatise of Michael Kuhn and try to address the question of multiculturalism in fencing treatise in general from this exact culture. I will address maybe 5 parts, description of the treatise, some discussion about multilingualism, intertextuality, multiculturality, and ethnic stereotypes. Some of the subjects have already been discussed.
It's better. Then, Mary, thank you. Then, Michael Kuhn, they have been published in 1611 in Saxe. He described himself as a Freifechter and Bürger of this city, and petitioned probably by publishing this book to the Duke. Unfortunately, the Duke died the same year, and probably it wasn't successful. We have very few information about him. He made probably study in the University of Wittenberg, but it's not completely confirmed. And his brother was professor of Greek in Freiburg in Breisgau. His book is completely outside the tradition, the general tradition of German fencing treatise. He reused known of the vocabulary found in the 16th century in the Lichtenauer tradition, for example, and it was developed in 100 sections, mostly on rapier, with many declinations, rapier and dagger, with cloak, against many opponents or polearms. And more interesting is that his treatises are always in this way, on the right picture, on the left two languages, first German, second Latin. Well, it's probably too small for you, but many things are already said. He has only main guard, a straight one. He used a very specific diagrams for footwork with 1, 2, 5, 6, 4, 3, which appears sometimes in a printed book. And he has also a specific way to express how to deliver a cut or thrust from the right side. It is formed before and back as a reverse cut. And more interesting, the Latin form more accurate sometimes. But no, the Latin translation is quite accurate. It's not probably translated by himself. Very small difference with the German version. But my goal is not here to discuss the German, to compare the Latin and German versions, but to figure out that there was very few books that were published with both languages at the same time. At least Paul Hector Meyer, who did it in a manuscript, Michael Kuhn, Giganti, but not Giganti himself, the translation of Giganti, Texedo, which was up there, and Pasch did it also. And if you look at the combination, it's German-Latin, German-French, or German-French also, with an exception to Texedo. There is probably some more to this list, but it's maybe less than 10 in Europe from the 15th to the 17th century. There were people that published or wrote in many languages. I won't discuss Spanish or Italian, but you have you have manuscript of Monte in Italian, in Spanish, and about Latin. And if you look at the translation made from these treatises before the 18th century, there is you could look. Actually, many are from Italian to other language, and you have from French to German. But it's not we should probably make a map of
The directional translation from which country to another.
to explain not only where what is the original language and the final language, but to find also which countries, which nations are interested by the publication of others. For instance, there is no translation from German to Italian. None I am informed, and for instance, no translation from English books to other language. Then there is a cultural influences in that time that probably changed. It has already been discussed today. For instance, in the 18th century, we have a lot of French books translated into other language. But clearly in the 16th century, it was from Italian to others. If we come back to Hunt, okay. Then we have then three languages actually, if you consider the picture as a proper source of information. And then in this picture, if you look at the text in German or in Latin, it tells to step with your foot on the fourth position. The fourth is, you see, on the right side, and it tells us which foot you need to use. And before, in the text, he has to do so, but with the right foot. Then it is the picture you give the crucial information that you should read with the left one. Without the picture, you could figure out, lose a lot of time to try to interpret correctly the information. Sometimes the Latin version is more accurate than the German one. And if you look then with the German, for the Latin, you have the mention of the use of the left hand, which is confirmed in the picture, but completely avoided in the German version. Then in this document, you have three. German text, the Latin text, which together inform on give information to the reader. Then we jump to intertextuality, more general trouble we had. And it's quite simple. He took a small story from Brandt and Pauli, which is and a fencing master about big student, very skills, and decided to fight against his old master. And during the fight, the fencing master told him, "Oh, but I need to fight only with one person, not the two." And the students get back, turned his head, and was then killed by the fencing master. And this has been well used into Hund and this funny story. But most of Hund rapier system, but not this story, have been reused in Jakob Sutter in 1 year later. Then it's also a way to maintain a cultural connection between the fencing culture. Then multiculturality, fencing treatise offer not a complete system, not a fencing system in the meaning we could have in the other, for instance, and so on. But it proposed in the hundreds techniques, he explored different kinds of fencing for serious fighting in duel, for fencing in classroom. For instance, he explained if someone agreed to fence against you for pleasure, but always threaten your eyes with a direct point, then cut his hand. But it's some kind of things. It's one page. He offered us some self-defense tricks. He explained how to defend against forearms, but also against many people, then by throwing your sword in the head on people in a way. It's not that difficult, but it offers a large overview of different kind of situations when using fencing skills, which is very different from many other fencing treatises which focus only on one or two of these kind of situations. Even explain how to manage someone who has a gun. And I just focus on just an example of at 3 times in this book. It tells you that it's very dangerous when you go outside, for instance, to go to dinner, going back or going to dinner, and if you pass along a university, you could have a lot of troubles. He mentioned it 3 times. You could find guards who are angry for some reasons and try to kill you if you don't have done anything, or you could find people who won't just have fun with you. He asks, for instance, to have a bag of stone, you take your cloak and you throw stones on people and try to defend this kind of things in the book. It's not that difficult, but it's very, as I told you first, he offers a large overview of techniques and one important thing, there is no mention of using fencing at war. There was many other occasions to use fencing, but not for war. But not in this manuscript, it's treatise. And then the last part, which makes a very good transition with the previous lecture, is what I call ethnic stereotypes. And then it's from François Dancy, who just explained what is kind of things. It's when you express an opinion, stereotypes from another nation or another culture, where you attribute some particularity skills. And I probably won't have the time to read it, but it's not that sympathetic. But coming back to, for instance, ethnic stereotypes that mentions the name of a nation to a guard or a specific techniques. You have the Spanish guard or the Dutch guard. We have today in Mendoza, you have Italian, French, Africans, but you can find it since the 15th century with the Turkish strike. You could find in Codex a way to throw the shell with a dagger like French blood. Something which is quite common, and there was not so many mention of it, but it is a good way to express knowledge of other way to practice, and you figure out that it is a particularity of a nation to use this kind of things. It's possibly to have also the attribution of a way to the stereotypes of the combination of weapons particular to a specific nation or culture. For instance, he said that the tool rapier has not been used in Germany. We speak about the rapier and buckler in Spanish way. Joachim said that rapier is not very practiced here, but it's very necessary for German guy to learn it. A rapier and gout. Last stereotypes on for specific skills. It said that Italian and French are much more better in their field, in their football, than the German one. And so it's probably in the context of the treatise, it's because they go into duels much more quickly. As German, we really define skills elsewhere. And you could find naturally, obviously, in Silver, a lot of consideration, not very specific for Italian, but he said, for instance, that the Spaniard has a lot of tricks in the hands, but I'm not sure it was a compliment. In Giganti, he said that the important lab was very rarely used, but mostly by French.
We discussed, but it's interesting to collect this kind of stereotypes, to have sort of map of cultural
Maps people have through Europe in the way other people practice fencing.
This is a way we could have also an idea of people figure out what is done outside. But I'm not sure this should be considered
word by word. But it's
also give us some interesting information. And to finish on the Spanish guard, this is the Spanish guard illustrated
in the Hund.
and actually, you could find it in Mendoza, and this was
The printed above it was up to the guard.
But if you look at French manuscript made in the 17th century from Pelucan, the second guard is also with
The sword.
the end of the level of the head, the point above, and it is not Spanish, it's probably made in the Netherlands. And this is sketchbook associated with the livre de leçons, probably also made in Netherlands, with the song
At the end of the head, at the level of the head.
the point above. Most people working on the livre de leçons forget to read and do not reproduce this guard. They consider that as a
Mistake. They should have the point below.
This is exactly how it is reproduced a lot of times. And if you look at Thibaut Norler, he has also the same way to hold
The sword, and maybe what
is called here, the Spanish guard. It could be a way
people that the Spanish were in Netherlands in the 17th century, and it is also something which is so particular to a Spanish style that it has been introduced in other, for instance, big questions discussed, and it is also a way to make a comparison between the technical and the technical treatise and the stereotypes that offer another way to see what is practice, not only what is have been published. Then conclusion. A specific fencing systems for rapier, which is completely disconnected to what has been done in Germany before and after. It was published and nobody takes care about him after. The Latin version is not a simple translation of it. It has been done cleverly and it helps the reader to understand what the German does not explain correctly. It contains a lot of mention of the context where the fencing could be practiced and reused to save your life, to have leisure, and so on. And by what I propose as a, how to say that, a subject of for future work is to collect all the stereotypes that we could find in different kind of treatises and made a map with connection to what country have discussed. And actually, if you look at the translation from one language to another, but also from the stereotypes, it's a very short part of Europe that have been addressed in that book. There is near no stereotypes about English, no stereotypes about Scandinavian, no stereotypes about the east of Europe. It's a very short map of Europe that offers us and maybe a lot of connections that go behind the ways, the list of fencing treatises by themselves. But that's all.
It's so good to see that questions raised because of earlier presentations are addressed and partially answered, or at least indicated in the next one. So that is a great thing to see. There will be certainly questions.
Okay. Keep it short. Keep it short. I think Filipe was the first.
Thank you. Olivier, Godinho, when he starts these chapters with sword and dagger, he refers, in the side note, to the French guard, a guarda do francês, the guard of the French. Can you help me with what that could be, that guard of the French, in terms of sword and rapier, rapier and dagger?
I don't have to find a French guard. A French way to stress with the dagger, it's from the Codex Vatican. But I don't know. But I think people have some works to do about that. I just correct. This is the reference in the folio. Actually, it's most of the time very difficult to manage them because the author knows what he refers, and by using the reference, he calls he makes in their mind a connection with something is probably known. The public we're supposed to read it. Unfortunately for us, most of the time it has been lost during. Then it's also a call for researcher to do some job and try to give some enlightenment to this kind of reference.
Thank you, Olivier, for this amazing talk. I'm still amazed because every time I see you, out of your magic hat, you show that you've done all the background research and collected all the crazy. Always, thank you. And my question is now, you've summoned several bilingual examples of treatises. Do you find explicit reasons? Is this commission bilingual editions? Is this a will of the author? Do you see some kind of I don't know, patterns around this?
I'm not sure to have understood the... Oh, okay. There is not so much bilinguist treatise, and first things, what is very interesting is that we have at least 2 times German Latin, and it's also a way it could be question the way people in Germany consider Latin. It's also a way for us to address the academic world. And something very interesting in my point, in German, we always use your grace. If your grace in Latin, you have nothing about that, just that and so on. And it is not the same level of language between German and Latin in my it was a translator, and for me, he tried to address he published in 17th century during a time when French were very sexy for German. And they were very fond of French, and he probably tried also to give this book more accepted for commissioner because it was in French, also not only in German. And I have no idea about the Spanish Italian, but it has been discussed this morning. You have a lot of connection between these south part of countries. And for Pache, he wrote in French. It's a republication of other works, and also they consider the French language in Germany at that time. There was no each one should be questioned, but probably we could do the same thing for every time we publish a book. Most of the time we try to give an English translation for also to address much more reader to it. It could be possible to make that connection today.
Okay, one last question. Yes.
There is an Italian author, Alessandro Senese, that makes something that's very similar to what does Hund. he translates a part of his treatise in Latin. And he specifies that he does it because he wants to have international spreading of his treatise. Does Hunt say specifically the same thing? That he translates because he wants to have international spreading?
No, he didn't explain why he published it in Latin, but the introduction is only in German, and it was addressed to the Duke of Saxe. And then you have a poem in Latin, and no explanation of his project. But, don't know.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that by the way, I will come back to this at the end of the day, but there will be a special issue of Acta Divellatorum where all the contributions will be published, so you will have time afterwards to find a lot of data of the very rich presentations now later in a publication. Let's go to our last speaker for the first half of this afternoon, and that's Michael Chidester. Well.
I can use it. Right. Are any of these waters? Oh, you're so kind. Okay. My name is Michael Chidester. I am most often associated with a little project called Wichtenauer, but today I'm talking about the 1570 treatise of I'm going to attempt to give a little bit of a reception history, which, in short, is everything that happened after the book was already written. My agenda, we're going to talk a little bit about the book itself. We're going to go through Germans, Italians, and Spaniards and what they might have had to say about the book. And if there's time at the end, I'll do a little bit of coverage of things that have happened in more recent centuries. Although I'm primarily interested in the 17th century for this talk. I think that the right place to start talking about Meyer might be with his own words. In the manuscript currently at the Rostock University Library, he has a very short treatment right here at the end, which he describes himself as brought together from Italians, Spanish, Neapolitans, French, and Germans. Very comprehensive lesson. He was presumably working on this when he died, but he himself claimed to be giving a multinational, as it were, fencing teaching. And as we'll see, his words then went on to spread through many of those same countries. So what we're going to talk about is this book. It's called, but gründliche Beschreibung der Freiheitlichen und Adelichen Kunst des Fechtens, ... A thorough description of the free chivalric and noble art of fencing. It was printed in 1570 by Thibaut Berger, and the second edition came out in Augsburg, printed by Michael Manger in 1600. It's approximately 19 by 24 centimeters. It uses multiple different paper stocks, so different paper thicknesses. It has 228 leaves, bound in quires of 2 sheets each, so 8 pages, double-sided, divided into 3 books, and includes 62 wood block prints, which are often attributed to Tobias Stimmer, although that's seeming less and less likely since he was actually in Italy during this whole project. And it was probably his workshop that produced the prints in his absence. I've recently been working on a project called the Meyer Census, and one of the things we found is that copies of Meyer have spread pretty far from their original place of origin. They're now all over Europe, and there are several copies in North America. We've identified about 68 surviving copies from both editions, and this kind of gives an idea of the international sprawl that it has today, as far east as Russia and as far west as Texas. But that's a different presentation. What I want to talk about is what did earlier readers do with it? And I'm going to rely on that census for a lot of this because my understanding of fencing manuals is more and more sort of linked to the physical presence of the book itself. And so I like looking, I've really enjoyed looking at some of these surviving copies to get a very concrete feel for the people who use them, and not just sort of the abstract, the words themselves. But because we've looked at so many copies of Meyer, we know that one of the things that readers were most interested in at the beginning of it was definitely the illustrations. Like I mentioned, there are 62 prints. I think there are 68 total because some of them got doubled. And 8 of the 34 known copies of the 1570 are all painted. Some of them are lavishly painted, like this copy in Leipzig, which is every single print has full color. Some of them, oddly, are partially painted, like this copy in Rostock, where it looks like they started to go through and never actually finished. Some of them are really horrifyingly badly painted, like this copy that's in Coburg, which looks like a child got finger paints all over it. And there, of course, is the copy in Leuven where somebody added blood splatter to all three of your fencers. And that was their artistic contribution. But there are also several copies where the people added indexes of the illustrations. This copy in Munich has all the page numbers laid out. The copy in Leipzig has tabs added to all the illustrated pages so they can easily flip through them. And several copies had labels applied to the illustrations to make them easier to work with. This is Bamberg and the Bern copies. So it was something, I got more of those. Munich and New York also have labels written on the pictures themselves, labeling what the guards are. So something the readers really cared about is, and these are often in books that otherwise have no other annotations. The only writing in them are these labels to make the pictures easier to figure out. That also sort of seems to carry over into the 17th century recensions that we get, which are the 1612 treatise of Jaqet Suter, only shortly after the second edition of Meyer's book, and the, I'm blanking on the date, 79? Yeah, here at the bottom. Treatise of Theodore Berolini, both of which are basically really simplified recensions of Joachim Meyer's treatise, although Suter also adds in some Michael Hunt, which Olivier was just talking about, and Berolini also adds the wrestling treatise of Nicholas Petter, because he felt like Meyer didn't have enough wrestling, which is funny considering what Pacheco thinks about him. So basically, to make the art more digestible, they took these really complex, artistically ambitious prints that are included in Meyer's book and pulled them apart into individual figures, both to increase the page count and to make it easier to read. And they compressed his text down to where it would fit on a single page, often a single paragraph. This is Suter, and this is the same thing in Berolini. So again, it seems like they were mostly trying to sell picture books about fencing more than serious fencing treatises, or at least that's my read of it. And they used Meyer as the template. The artistic quality obviously suffers along the way. These guys, their hands don't even quite make sense by the time we get to 1679. Talking about people who, so both of these are uncredited recensions. They took Meyer's illustrations and his ideas, and they did not actually mention his name at all. Someone who does talk about Meyer from his own time period is Heinrich von Gunderroth, author of a treatise that exists in both a print copy and a much longer manuscript, both of which seem to have been released around 1579, although I'm not 100% sure on the manuscript date. I don't think we quite know when if that was before or after the book itself. He has only a few comments about Meyer. He says a few years ago, a certain man from Strasbourg known as Joachim Meyer tried to show certain rules and even published a big volume in the German language about this art. And although he seemed to have understood a little bit, he did not make clear the practical use of the fundamentals. That's Bert's translation. Here he's Joachimus Meyer, because this book is written mostly in Latin. Even though he has criticisms for Meyer here, he only knew a little bit. A lot of his illustrations are taken directly from Meyer's book. So clearly he was more influenced by Meyer than he was willing to openly admit. I only include one example here, but if you look at Bert's book, he actually goes through all the pictures and tries to link them to other treatises where possible. This is also interesting because there's a copy of Meyer's book in Stuttgart where someone started copying passages from Gunderode's text into Meyer's book. So in the introduction, this annotator adds the Latin names that Gunderode devised for all the weapons, and he puts them on the table of contents. He also copies all of the German poems with Latin translations that Gunderode cites, and he puts those on the inside covers. And this is sort of an aside from my main topic, but it's also interesting. There's a person named Baldassaro Cremonio Pomerano, who is either the instructor of Gunderode or a fellow student of his, that Gunderode talks about at some length, who was a Polish master, who was a very good fencer until he got in a fight and got maimed, and then he was a good fencer with only one hand. But we don't actually have any writings from this guy, except for a single leaf that was glued into a copy of Meyer that's currently in Olomouc of the 1570, which includes a one-page, this is a very large broadsheet. It's folded up in the book, but one page of rapier fencing teachings, and also including one of Gunderode's poems at the bottom. And the reason why this BCP is probably the person who Gunderode mentions as Balthasar is because it describes an elaborate diagram with triangles and circles, and then it also mentions there is a second circle diagram that's important that has the Gewundestich, the wound thrust, that is not included as part of the diagram. And if we go to Gunderode's manuscript, we find the exact diagrams that are being referred to in that broadsheet. So two different books in two different places that have no obvious connection, but these are the only copies of that teaching and this diagram that I've been able to locate. So at least two of these copies of Meyer, someone thought were related to what Gunderode had to say, or at least Gunderode's tradition. Back to commentaries on Meyer, there are two Italian masters in the 17th century that mention him, Giuseppe Morsicato Pallavicini and Francesco Antonio Marcelli. And I didn't give my standard apology about my accent, but I am more of a reader than a speaker of most of these languages, so I'm going to do my best with the pronunciations. And hopefully everybody can be charitable. But when I say these two mentioned him, that's literally all they do. When they're giving descriptions of the history of fencing treatises, Meyer comes up, Pallavicini describes him as skilled, and Marcelli just mentions he wrote a book. They both give the wrong year, which makes me think that Marcelli was copying Pallavicini. He wrote 16 years afterward. They both give 1568, which is obviously not the year that Meyer published a book. He might have written a manuscript then, but they're probably just misremembered. And we don't have any Italian annotations in any copies of Meyer that I have seen, but we do have this interesting copy that's in Augsburg, where someone covered the inside covers with German writing that attempts to relate Meyer's teachings to, or at least to connect some Italian concepts to German. And this is extremely difficult to read. The text is very faded. I have 600 DPI scans. I know that Olivier Dupuis worked on them a little bit. I've tried to read them, and a lot of this text is just gone. but there are recognizable terms, both in German and Italian, and some of those funny Germanized Italian rapier terms that show up in the 17th century. This is the front cover, and this is the back cover.
And it is just kind of a mess, but clearly somebody's earnest recording of
their theory of fencing that was heavily influenced by Italian. The other person who's really worth mentioning in this conversation is Luis Pacheco de Narvaez, the predominant, probably Spanish master of the 17th century, who, and particularly two different books of his. One of them is Nueva Ciencia y Filosofía de la Destreza de las Armas, New Science and Philosophy of the Skill at Arms, and Engaño y Desengaño de los errores que han querido introducir en la destreza de las armas, which is deception and what is desengaño? Whatever the opposite of deception is. And the Nueva Ciencia was written in 1629, as far as we know. Engaño was written in 1635, but Nueva Ciencia was not. My computer's misbehaving. Hold on. There we go. Nueva Ciencia was not published until much, much later, in 1672. After Pacheco's death. Both of these sources have a few things to say about Meyer. Nueva Ciencia helpfully includes a list of everyone Pacheco hates when it comes to fencing. All of these people have insults piled on them throughout his book. He seems like the Spanish version of George Silver in some ways. He mentions Joachim Meyer there in the left side column in the middle. He mostly refers to him as Joaquin Meyer. And in Nueva Ciencia, he has this nice thing in the introduction where he says, we find 8 authors to be the first seminarians of this sect, a disfigured and horrendous monster who men have venerated. The 5 Italians, who he includes Pietro Monte, sorry Manuel, at least Pacheco believed that he was Italian, along with Marozzo, Agrippa, Di Grassi, and Dell'Agocchie, and then 3 Spaniards. And it's kind of funny because when the Italians come up in his text, he has nothing but bad things to say about them. They're just evil and so on. When the Spaniards come up, they're misguided and should have known better. He's a little bit nationalistic. But Meyer in Nueva Ciencia is listed as
one of the followers on the great mound of authors whose superfluous writings wander the world like letters to their vanity.
And Joachim Meyer is the first name on this list. But when he writes Engaño y Desengaño several years later, suddenly there's 9 primary authors who he hates. And the German Joachim Meyer gets tacked on after the Italians. So clearly he moves up in Pacheco's hierarchy of evil fencing authors between 1629 and 1635. He also, in the only other thing it has to say is when it gives a list of all of the fencing authors, Pacheco frames it in terms of where they fall relative to Carranza, who is the only fencing master who he has anything to say about, and only sometimes. And in this case, Meyer is 12 years before Carranza. He also has this gem. These translations are all by me, I should say. I asked Manuel when he was going to do an edition of Pacheco, and I think what he said was, I'll go to hell before I try to edit that. I'm paraphrasing. And he says, and this same prize is owed to Joachim Meyer for having translated into the German language for the teaching of his nation such humble thoughts without reason or foundation that he became fond of and satisfied by. This is like maybe the nicest thing he has to say, is that maybe Meyer had reasons for what he was teaching. Why did this slide twice? But he also shows clear evidence of having actually read Meyer's book, which is interesting. Not only because he correctly says when he's writing about the Montante that Joachim Meyer spends 20 pictures and 58 pages tiresomely explaining nothing of value.
I think, is basically what he says about it. But he accurately says exactly how long the book is. And he also describes
This rapier playing in the foreground.
sorry, this one in the middle ground, the yellow guy and the orange guy, as being a Bulgar technique, and he lists who taught it, and he includes Meyer on that list,
where you use your sword and dagger to disarm
your opponent. So he clearly had some familiarity when he goes on lambasting Meyer for being a terrible teacher. I am just about at the 20-minute mark, but I have a couple more slides. I thought I would get this far, run out of time, so they're very short. We're going to skip ahead to the 19th century, which is when English speakers seem to take up the question of Meyer. He comes up in many 19th century texts in what we sometimes call the first attempt at a HEMA revival. He's described by Edgerton Castle in Schools of Masters of Fence. He's described by Alfred Hutton in Old Swordplay, and I'm not going to quote what they have to say here. But the more interesting one to me is that Karl Wassmannsdorf, who is a famous historian of the history of wrestling primarily, did not write anything specifically about Meyer the way he did many other Renaissance treatises. But Meyer sort of inhabits a lot of his footnotes. And in Berlin, there is a copy of Meyer's 1600, which is interesting both because somebody replaced all the missing pages where pictures had been cut out with these tracings and copying the text on the back, but also because throughout the book, and I bet this is not coming through very clearly on the projector, there are annotations on almost every page in a late 19th century script. And this book came from the papers of Karl Wassmannsdorf, which he donated to his university when he died. They range from cross-references and short comments to comments about how Meyer's math is wrong when he tries to count how many things exist, to a little diagram trying to visualize what's going on. These are the notes of an earnest student who clearly read this book and worked through it and tried to really understand. There's lots of underlining as well. Try to really understand what is being taught. So this is the most annotated copy of Meyer that we found. Sadly, it is not by a contemporary of Meyer's, but it is by a 19th century fencing student who really was seriously interested. And that was Wassmannsdorf. Finally, when it comes to discussing reception, in the 21st century, translations have begun appearing in quite a lot of volume. In 2003, Mike Rasmussen translated to English, followed by Dr. Jeffrey Forgetting in 2006. In 2012, Alex Kiermaier published a modernization. 2013, a Dutch translation appeared. There are two different French translations, and another English translation is currently being prepared by Dr. Rebecca Garber. So we've seen a sudden flowering in many more languages in just the past 20 years. And my final slide is, we're seeing it translated into other media. There obviously are a lot of YouTube videos, but also attempts to rebuild the book in digital form in a number of different mobile apps, where it's not just taking the text and breaking it up, but cross-referencing it and recompiling it, and then offering links to video interpretations and so on. So it's taking the book and transforming it into an entirely new shape. And this is sort of the state of where Meyer is at the moment. So questions I'm still working on along these lines. We don't actually know how many books were printed, which is an important question when it comes to how far the book managed to spread. We don't know how many currently exist, although that's an ongoing question. We've only looked at a little more than half of the known copies of Meyer to look for marks and reader interactions. So there's still a lot more work to be done there. Provenance research has revealed some interesting things about who used to own copies of Meyer that can raise questions about who was interesting to. And once the use marks are tallied up, I think that looking at the distribution of use marks will have a lot to say about how earlier readers, and even more recent readers, were actually using the book and what they thought it was good for. So I have a list of people here who were very helpful in this project so far, and the project to sort of understand the reception of Meyer is ongoing. But with that, What are your questions?
So again, very nice. This comes back to issues raised about the interaction between the North and the South, which we did not have before.
Thank you, Michael. Great to see this taking form. Also impressed, very nice, lots of material in it. Looking forward to see the printed version. Did you not include by choice the 1936 reception of Joachim Meyer?
Yes.
For two reasons, one of which is I'm not.
So is this on? Okay.
So
Danielle's asking about the treatise that was written for and used by the Hitler Youth in the Nazi era in Germany, which I'm not an expert on that book, and I don't know how much Meyer is in it, but also I didn't have a lot of time here for 20th century developments in this short presentation. It probably belongs on a list of all of the uses that Meyer has seen,
but I don't know that much about it at the moment, to be honest.
I do have a copy of it, but as well as a dubious translation. But that's about it. Okay. Right, I know you talked about it at Dijon, which I remember attending.
Next.
Thank you. And in fact, it's not a question limited to your presentation. It was very, very nice and very interesting. But because this presentation sort of links back to the previous ones, it's a question to all the speakers of this panel, actually. Because from these interactions between masters, between styles, between different schools of thought about fencing, it's clear that there's been exchange. And some scholars working with artisanal exchanges speak about the so-called trading zones. And they see craftsmen's workshops or scriptoria as these trading zones, where different people of different expertise were meeting with each other, exchanging ideas, exchanging practices, and where new things or where these syncretic things were born. And my question was, in this context, what do you think, all the speakers, where the trading zones, where these exchanges happened in case of martial arts, where these trading zones located in this textual layer, in reading each other's works, or in actual meetings, in observing combat or observing school practices? What's your thoughts about it?
So
that is a very interesting question that I wondered about the answers to. I don't have concrete answers. My assumptions about Meyer in particular,
who claims to have taught
or learned from people from several different
nationalities,
or at least language groups.
we know that he was born in Bern and he died as a resident of Strasbourg, although he was not in Strasbourg. Right, so you could say that he was born in Switzerland and died in
France, although that's not entirely correct, right? But in between,
certainly as a craftsman, he would have had opportunity to travel and go to many places. And I've sort of assumed that a lot of his fencing training came while he was a journeyman, while he was off learning his craft in different cities, and probably doing things like standing militia duties.
with other craftsmen and engaging in fencing schools and so on. So I see plenty of opportunity
in the life of especially the craftsman class to not only exchange ideas with people
locally, but to being more or less required to travel around and experience different fencing cultures and other traveling fencers. That's my view. I don't have a lot of research to back that up because it's not my specialty, but that is my understanding. And I'm sure the other speakers might have their own ideas. But I don't know, I would love to have that idea, that question developed into a paper for someone else to write.
we can come back during the round table tomorrow on this. There is no way that we can now have all the speakers reacting, but it is indeed a very relevant question. Last question? Yeah.
Thank you very much for this interesting lecture. I was thinking all the time at the book of Owen Gingerich on De Revolutionibus. I don't know if you know it. It's on Copernicus, and he also published a census and then also a kind of novel where he says how he visited all the libraries to look at the different copies. And I was thinking all the time of this kind of work. I read the book with a lot of pleasure some time ago. But I was thinking, your question was how many copies are preserved? How are you going to try to find that out?
So I think that the first
that's a complicated problem. I think the first step has to be trying to find out how large the print run initially was, because and estimates that I've gotten from people who have some familiarity range from 300 to 1,200. So we need to nail down how many copies once existed before we can even understand the size of the problem. For now, we're merely looking through publicly accessible catalogs, looking at private collections that have made their
holdings known, as well as all the public catalogs.
In public collections, and just trying to see what the low-hanging fruit are. And from that, we managed to get our 68 or so copies. But really, that project is just beginning, because there were certainly at least a few hundred copies that used to exist. So it's, at the moment, the only methodology we have is continuing to look through more and more collections. Also auction records can be a help, but oftentimes auction houses don't like giving the information about where they ended up. But it is a big problem, and for a book that's not very famous, like Meyer, to where collections aren't going to publicize it or put it on exhibit that often, it's possible that we're never going to have any kind of comprehensive set, but hopefully at least a representative one. That's what we're aiming at the moment. But also, at some point, people with deeper academic connections will need to pitch in and see what they can find that is less easily findable. And that might be the next step.
And I suggest that we now take a much necessary break of, say, 15 minutes to 4:15. Then we gather again, we can have the coffee, we can continue the discussion, etc., etc., etc. We will have 4 speakers more, so we are going for the last stretch. The quality was very high. An applause, please. And see you back. the next speaker on my list is a lady. Satisfaction. Kendra Brown.
Yeah, oh, that's a good.
Hello. I did not prepare a clever introduction, so I hope you guys like manuscripts because we're going to look very, very closely at a manuscript. My talk is called Scilicet Ego. Scilicet is Latin for it is known to be, and ego is I. We'll see the snippets of that in a little bit. I'll be talking about recognizing prior readers' experience of a contemporary fencing translation by studying their notes and marks. In particular, we'll talk about the manuscript itself, which is Bibliothèque Nationale de France, MS Latin 11269, commonly nicknamed the Florius or the Paris Fiore. I'll talk about the content and type of the annotations, and then the placement and density of them. It looks like this. I was lucky to be able to visit it earlier this year. Most of the photos in this presentation are my own. You can kind of get a sense of the size there. I don't have the measurements written down. So it's a parchment manuscript. It was probably created in the 1420s in northern Italy, so 10 to 15 years after the Italian Fiore copies. It is the most recently discovered Fiore manuscript. It was resurfaced in about 2000. It had been cataloged correctly, but the microfilm had been cataloged incorrectly. It is a contemporary translation from Fiore's Italian into Latin, contemporary reading done in the 1420s. That date is based on the fashion and armor in the pictures. The text itself is not dated. We don't know why it was created or for who. People ask me that a lot. It has no introduction saying this is for the Duke of so-and-so. It has no heraldry indicating it belonged to someone. And there are a lot of marks, but none of them are recognizable to everyone who looked at it so far as an ownership mark. It also has some features. It has little gold crowns that Fiore is famous for. But these fancy features also seem kind of cut rate. It's not the same gold leaf that we see in the Italian copies. It's some kind of amalgam or alternative. I haven't identified it yet. It's not in its original binding. It has a new binding with this flyleaf in the photo. Based on that watermark, the rebinding was probably in the 17th century. It may have been for the Pontchartrain Library, maybe when they acquired it, but that date is not known. The Pontchartrain Library got absorbed by the French Royal Library, which became the National Library. I'm hoping to someday find out more about why the Pontchartrains acquired it and how, but really there's a lot of question marks. So, with that background, annotations. This is an ultraviolet light photo, magnified photo of a marginal notation, but it's actually free, you can't see the projector. This mark is sort of a dark brown. This one is almost black, and this fuzzy blob is pencil that has been mostly erased, but is nearly visible under black light. So, most fencing treatises that we all study, both manuscripts and printed books, don't have annotations and reader marks. Nobody knows why. This is actually really strange for kind of the entire HEMA period. The Florius has lots of marks. It has annotations from multiple readers, which I theorize they're multiple readers because there's different colors of ink. Some of them write in pencil, they write in different languages, and there are different styles of mark. I mostly talk about the ones that are words and letters, but there's also brackets, and there's little plus signs, and little dots that indicate the reading order of the words. A lot of people looked at this book and thought really hard about it and wanted to write that down. The presence of these marks suggests that Florius somehow was participating in a more mainstream reading culture that encouraged all these annotations instead of whatever reading culture produced all of the Fed books that don't have any marks in them. Which could hint at why someone created a Latin translation. We can tell from this reading culture difference that it's reaching a different audience. But the translation alone doesn't explain that, because both Latin and non-Latin treatises and manuscripts usually have annotations. So what is looking at annotations like? This is half of the page from the manuscript with the verse up in the corner. And you can see there's some weird stuff going on here. This is the scan from the library website. If you look it up, you can see a better resolution on this projector. But you can sort of just start to see that there's letters there. If we zoom in on that, you can see a little more. You can also start to see the ghosts of letters in some places. Here are the particular ghosts that I found on this verse. So, the two at the top say N-O-M-E-R-M, with marks above, indicating that these two words, Rolandus and Glucanus, are personal names. The rest, there's a fuzzy blob over here that is completely unreadable, but has sort of a stripiness that looks like writing. And then there are 3 erased marks, one on Fraxinea, one on Furibundior, and one on Fava. Here's what they look like under blacklight. Those erased marks become very, very nearly readable. This appears to say Defresne, F-R-E-S-N-E. This I definitely can't read. Maybe someone who knows more French will have a better guess, since that first erased mark looks like French, and this one is completely unreadable. I'm going to change the slide, so I can send you a copy of that. So this is what the annotations look like. This represents 3 of the possible readers in my analysis. This fuzzy, hard to read one has been cut off during the rebinding. The edges of the manuscript were cut, removing some actual content. I'm really mad about it. And also some of these reader comments. This, I think, is probably in Latin because it's in pencil, and the other marks in pencil are either in French or in Latin. And because it's trimmed like that, it must have been written before the rebinding. Looking at the annotations as a whole, in particular, the ones with words and letters, they create a definite perspective on the manuscript and the text, because all of those word and letter notes are clarifying the original text. Like the French is offering synonyms, sometimes there are Latin synonyms. Most frequently, the Latin insertions are pronouns, suggesting which of the 2 players in the scene is related to that particular word. The notes that are in Latin are presented as suggestions rather than corrections. In sort of annotation culture in general, corrections to a copy text are pretty common. Here's some more of that erased French. So I'm not sure if this one is Latin or French. I guess this is equus, but it's spelled wrong. It's glossing sonopes, which means something like steed, and so they've written in horse. Here, this is H-E-A-U-M-E, I think, which is glossing galea, helmet. I can't read this one, but there's definitely letters here. But so you can see this word is hilt, and it's been glossed. So this French reader is really interested in the words for the leg equipment, but is finding these words apparently unfamiliar, and so he's writing in notes. Fraxinea means made of ash, so Defresne is the French for that. These are blue because they're in the ultraviolet photos. Here's some normal visible light photos of the writer of tiny Latin notes.
So this mark, this is a long S with dots on either side, is Skilliket, that you saw on my TED page, which means it is known. So it's sort of a way of saying like, i.e. is how we write it now. Here is all of the ego. Ipse means self. And they've written in every time they figured out that it was I, the speaker of the verse, or a couple times you, the person who's being attacked. Here, this is a correction. The wrong abbreviation for the P has been used. So this says parabo, I should say probabo. Subito is glossing presto. Here, this M-A-G split with R is Chidester, teacher. And they've written in I indicating that it's I am doing this action and not referring to the master as in the previous master, the one who taught you the previous technique. Here we have palmam, this M is sideways, which is glossed as manu, so palm or hand. So you can see the kind of thing it's a pretty solid pattern. Comparing that to the mainstream of annotations, what annotation scholars in other fields expect is things like commenting on the text, engaging with the concepts. I know everyone wishes for notes that do that in message treatises, inserting corrections where there's a known right way to do something because there are so many copies. Adding context, adding judgment, things like this is wrong, or there are sort of cross-language notes indicating like this is a vulgar word. And more, there are lots of kinds of annotations. But in Florius, all we have pretty much is these clarification notes. One interpretation of that is that Florius is harder to read than most texts. So people who are reading it are mostly focused on how can I preserve the work I've done to understand this and maybe help out a later reader. This is a manuscript known as the Beinecke Apocalypse. It's written in the same hand as Florius, so it has the same sort of font here. This was probably written or copied in the 1390s in North Italy, and it is just full of marks, notes in between. There are, I don't see them, there are correction marks in the red text as well as the black, which is kind of unusual for most manuscripts. And there's just notes everywhere. These are all from different pages. So this is maybe more heavily marked, but is kind of more what we expect in general from annotations. So, does Florius require more clarification than other texts? In my experience, yes, a lot. The vocabulary is uncommon and inconsistent. That son-based steed for Echo's horse is a good example. But also there are strange words. The word gloomy, nested, shows up a lot. A lot is like 4 times. But fencing is not gloomy. The grammar is unexpected and convoluted, where Latin doesn't depend on word order, but there are conventions that people normally follow about where the verb goes and where the subject goes. And there is no convention in this text. Comparing it to Hollis Hector Meyer's mid-16th century Latin Lev, there are fewer directly parallel terms or phrases. So when I work on Lev, sometimes I color code it to see this phrase matches this phrase, this one matches this one, if this one is new. And in the Florius, often like half of the words are new, don't appear in Latin, don't appear in the Italian. Sometimes only the rhyming words from the Italian have these direct parallels, and the rest is kind of filled in to pad out the meter. This has caused us, myself and Rebecca, my translation partner, to wonder if maybe the original text was memorized rather than copied prior to translation. And sometimes the Latin writer uses idioms that we have to figure out our idioms. Like the one about, if you do this, you'll be made to the nails. I guess the name's Billy Cool Guy. And, last week we ran across, if Jupiter is nearby, which seems to be a way of saying like God willing, but there's no context indicating that. throughout a text is pretty significant because the annotations show where someone was reading along and paused for some reason and wrote a note while they were pausing. Maybe they were thinking something through that was hard, or maybe they were just appreciating something that was good. When there's an absence of annotations in one part of a text, that could mean readers are skipping it. It could mean readers don't want to leave a mark for some reason. They don't feel qualified. They don't want to admit that they read it. This is something that shows up in heretical texts. So an absence of annotations is significant. Also, the pattern of annotations can hint at previous binding organization, or if parts of the manuscript circulated separately, those would have different annotations, different readers than whatever they were separated from. This is really hard to read. It's because it's very wide, because the manuscript is currently bound really weirdly. So these darker dots are verses that have at least one annotation. The lighter dots do not have annotations. And at the beginning, there are a lot of annotations. There are some long stretches that have few to none. And then at the end, we start seeing more again. This almost follows a pattern of more at the beginning, less at the end, which is typical because not everyone who starts a book finishes it. But it's not actually a consistent gradient. This diagram represents the current binding in quires where pages are stacked before they're sewn. This fits much better on a slide. That layout and this one are both by Maciej Chidester. This is his reconstruction of the original order of pages before the current binding. And here there's much more of a pattern where there's lots of notes in the first row, a bunch, not as many in the second, and then fewer, and then lots again at the end. So almost creating a pattern, but only almost. There's still sort of a lack of pattern that's not well explained. I suggested one way to look at it is how is the content broken up? So these colored boxes, each one represents a new chunk of content. And interestingly, this sort of dry spell in the annotations almost perfectly lines up with this yellow box. This yellow box is the dagger section. I find this weird. I love dagger, so why would anyone skip dagger? They are much more interested in the mounted combat, has tons of notes. The longsword has tons of notes. This at the top is the key to which or which. It doesn't perfectly line up, but it seems like nobody had as much to say about dagger. What does this mean? We don't know, because this could mean most of the readers don't like dagger and skipped it. Given the context of the rest of the notes, however, it could mean the dagger was easier to read and not as confusing, and so nobody needed to write in, daga is Italian for dagger. And nobody needed to write in, you stab him, don't let him stab you. As to whether it is clear or less clear, I guess if you read my translation of it tomorrow, you'll have to tell me. I hope it's more clear though. That's glorious.
Excellent. It's very good to have this detailed work on specific aspects of one manuscript together with the more general or comparative efforts that we have seen today. Let's take some questions.
We all know in the Italian version there are rhyming couplets. Is there the same thing in this Latin version to some degree?
So your question was, since the Italian is in rhyming couplets, the verses, is the Latin in rhyming verses? The short answer is no. The longer and more complicated answer is, it doesn't rhyme, and it doesn't have a strong meter, which I believe the Italian also does. But when Rebecca and I got stuck, and we showed it to some other medievalists, many of them were back and said, why didn't you mention it? It's in dactylic hexameter. The hexameter is a metric form that has 6 3-syllable feet per line, meaning that's 18 syllables. But you can use 2-syllable feet instead, meaning it can be anywhere from 12 to 18, plus or minus. And these lines are all somewhere between like 12 and 20, plus or minus. So it seems like our image of this Latin writer is someone who has heard smarty pants writing, like how educated people sound, and is trying to imitate it, but doesn't actually know how it works. And that kind of fits with the weird vocabulary also, that, instead of, I stab you in the face and you're sad, he says, I stab you in the face and you're creepy. I think it's funny too.
This is fascinating, of course. Just wanted to ask, or maybe to comment. A lot of this is very oral, right? Like, what was the destination of this book? Do you know it? As in, was it, of course, read out loud? And these notes are like what you need, not just to read in your mind, but also just to read out without, making breaks that would break also the meaning of what you're understanding to read. But also, I was thinking, reading out loud and reading in general were synonymous for the most part of the Renaissance. So I'm wondering, was this read out loud by the reader each time, in your opinion, or was it read out loud for someone else as well? Because there is a different approach that we have if we can go back and reread and understand a sentence and memorize it, which is something that you could do without taking notes, in a way. But if you are going to read for someone else, you can't afford to break so many times. And so maybe having notes has that scope as well.
That is really interesting, and I don't really have an answer as to how this was used orally. The main reaction I have is this Latin would be really hard to understand by ear because the words are all in the wrong order. So certainly the person writing it wasn't thinking about that. I would guess that most of the marks we see are from people who are reading by eye. But I have to think about that.
So it looks like a school, that's what I'm thinking. And also maybe Talaga wasn't taught.
Yeah, anyway, reading aloud was the standard practice. Reading in silence becomes normal only after the 16th century.
Anybody else? No? Then let's turn the review. Check my list.
And the verdict is Filipe Martins.
With an applause, please. You have
Influence put this mark in military affairs. For instance, we have words like words of Latin origin or words of Arab origin like Jineta, Alfersh, and also words of Visigothic origin.
And also military practices. For instance, light cavalry and light infantry, which were came from Arabic influence. Or, for instance, heavy infantry, heavy cavalry, which were more Frankish. Likewise, people in the old days, they also read. They read a lot, and they read things from abroad. For instance, King Don Quixote, who wrote a book in mid 15th century. We know that he read Jesuit. And also, we had influence with trade. For instance, we imported a lot of weaponry, namely, for instance, arquebuses came from Bohemia with special locks, like this Schnaplunte lock, which we then adapted and reproduced, and then we send weapons, these arquebuses, to the east, to Japan, and the Japanese also acquire those weapons and they reproduce those weapons. So we have influences that come from Central Europe and go all the way to East Asia. And of course, in Portugal, there were also military experts. For instance, we have the example of our King Don Dinis contracting Genoese to mount his navy. And also we had German gunners, especially in the 16th century. Also, our men in Portugal, they also went abroad to fight and to learn, especially into Italy and Spain. And then when they returned, they would write their own books with new mentalities, new techniques, new forms of warfare. We also make translations, like Batista della Valle, Trattato dello Valle. And of course, like in military affairs, we also have foreign influence in civilian affairs, namely in music and dance, which was an essential part of courtly education and ability. And we can see that, for instance, in our Cancioneiros. Cancioneiros was a recollection of music and songs. We have, in all these recollections, we have lots of Spanish influence. So, that interaction also was reflected, for instance, even in laws. For instance, in the size of weapons. For instance, in 1565, our king said that the swords should be bigger than they used to be because lots of foreign people also have big swords. So in order for the Portuguese not to stay in a disadvantage, swords could be bigger. Or even, for some cases, that foreigners were allowed to use two-handed swords in Lisbon, and while Portuguese were not. Well, let's see foreign influences in the art of fencing. In 1580, the Spanish army invaded Portugal. We had lost our king in battle, and so Filipe II of Spain was the rightful claimant of the Portuguese throne. He invaded Portugal. It was 3 years of war. But then afterwards, things just calmed down and the Portuguese population adapted quite easily to the new realities. And so in 1599, 19 years after this invasion, this guy, a master from Santarém, which is a city 100 kilometers north of Lisbon, he wrote this treatise, Art de Esgrima, Art of Fencing. Portuguese author, but he wrote in Spanish, broken Spanish, like Manuel Valle already did. Why? Why did he wrote this treaty and why in Spanish? In my opinion, 1599 was a propitious time for someone to write a fencing treatise. The new king, a year prior, there was a new king, Filipe II. And it was a good time for someone to propose himself to a position of royal appointment. Like, for instance, Master of Arms of the court nobility. So it would be the Master of Arms at court. or perhaps to propose himself as a master fencing examiner. Okay, so the guy who would promote fencers into masters. And why do I say that?
Well, first, the thesis covers a lot of types of weapons.
Sword alone, sword and dagger, sword and roundel, sword and buckler, two-handed sword, montant, sword and cape, etc., etc. He also refers to the qualities that the master should have, and the student should have, and the relationship between master and student, and also the behavior at the soldaten. And perhaps, this is what I think, perhaps really this treatise was written so that his proponent could be promoted to a higher position. The fact is that he never became, as far as we know, he never became the master of arms at court. Actually, it was a guy, a master of arms. I don't know if it was Portuguese or Spanish. It could be Spanish. But what we know in a license letter from 1609, the new king authorizes a woman to become a healer of women and infants. And it says that she was married to a certain Master Domingos, a fencing examiner. Perhaps it was our Domingos who is king. So, another question. Where did Godinho learn his fencing? We don't know. Because he wrote in Spanish, we don't know if he had Spanish influence, because if he had written in Portuguese, perhaps we could see some Spanish words, Spanish terms that we would know, oh, okay, he learned in Spain. There are some similarities, for instance, with the treatises of Henri Saint-Didier, but there are no French words, French expressions, nor Italian in these treatises. So we can hint that he didn't learn neither from Italians nor from French. We know that there are similarities with a manuscript which was transcribed actually by Manuel Valle and Mary Curtis. There are some similarities with some parts of Godinho's treatises. Perhaps it's the note that there was a common fencing style across the frontier in Portugal and in Spain. Who knows? What we do know also is that there were Portuguese fencers being examined in Spain, and there were also Spanish fencing masters teaching in Portugal. This in the 16th century. So who knows? Perhaps there was a common fencing style. So we know that Archegima was written in Castilian when the Habsburgs reigned in Portugal. Perhaps the language chosen, which was broken and nevertheless was a way to apply for a position of greater responsibility. And there's a strong connection, or possibility of connection, between the fencing styles in Portugal and Spain. Now, in terms of what he shows, in terms of erudition, knowledge, higher culture, he refers that a master would teach people of higher status, illustrious people, illustrious persons. We also know that he had the idea of what is a mechanical art and a liberal art. Mechanical art are arts of repetition, more professional. It's based upon master and student, imitation, more technical. While liberal arts were more works of the spirit of the soul, like arithmetic, mathematics, geometry, music, stuff like that. He tells us, in a part of his treatises, that jogar é mecânico, entender é arte liberal. This means that to play, to fight, is mechanical, while understanding is liberal. So he knew what those terms were and what they meant. So, while, for instance, the practice of fencing, according to Godinho, is stimulated to rehearse practices by the intermediates, and so means that fencing as a practice was theatrical, was associated with theatrical arts, thus it was mechanical. Nevertheless, because he writes in a context in which the mechanical arts sought to nobilitate themselves, he also invokes the importance of the liberal arts, and so geometry and mechanics, in order to better understand what they are doing, because understanding is better, and he really states that, it's better than just learning. This was being done by, actually, for instance, by Agrippa, Carranza, Pacheco, Ghisviero, it was mentioned here before, and Nocciolini also, they included geometry in their works. Also in the final chapters, he refers to Caesar, to Cicero, to Jan Chrysostomus. And why does he do that? This got to do with the context at court. During the Renaissance, nobles were supposed to know how to fight, of course, but also how to dance, how to speak in public, how to read, write poetry, write prose, play music. This is very patent in this work by Baldassare Castiglione and Cortegiano, in which Castiglione states that the basic education of a nobleman is basically handling weapons, be gracious and pleasant, knowing how to have a conversation, like I said, be modest, be circumspect, know how to court ladies, of course, be a good dancer. This is important because dancing is also associated with fencing. Of course, you should know how to declaim and read. Be erudite, it means that you should know the classics, and Godinho also refers to some classics, not many, but some. And of course, you should know how to write prose and verse. Although Castiglione recognizes the need of the courtier to exercise in terms of physical works, he also recognizes the necessity of being good in the letters, in the be erudite. Actually, he censors the French. Sorry, he censors the French for considering that letters are harmful to weapons. And while he states that no, learning actually is more necessary for a military person than any other. This opinion also is shared here at Iberia Peninsula. We have, for instance, Dom João de Silva, who actually was a man from Portuguese stock. When he does commentaries to the Instrucción de Juan de Vega, su hijo Hernando de Vega, while Vega states that a young courtier should respect a soldier who, being of low fortune, being low birth, had come to by valiant deeds of war, he ascended socially. Don Juan adds that, well, the eminent in the letters could also have been found here in Vega's statements, but Juan de Vega was not a friend of the learned. So, Godinho tried to demonstrate in his treatise that fencing was not just a mechanical art, but a liberal one, not just based on mere repetition, as just a theatrical play, but it should be understood in a more deeper and more complex understanding of the art. This was probably in line with the education that nobles had at that time at the Portuguese court. So probably this was the people that he intended to teach. So, in conclusion, art esgrima is an example of cultural interaction in which a Portuguese author writes in Spanish. He makes, albeit reduced, example of erudition. The reason, maybe he wanted to become a master of arms, the most Trinaldos, and so he had to adapt to the prevailing cultural environment at court. If you wanted to have a career promotion, you have to make a difference. by first using the new powers, thus writing in Spanish, showing that he had an above average social level, so he was worthy of teaching people who had higher status. He also had the understanding of what mechanical or liberal arts are, and so he had the understanding of space and time, which is covered by geometry and music, both arts. He doesn't show much erudition, unlike, for instance, his countryman Figueiredo. But this reflects a clear level of education, at least in my opinion, a clear level of education of these two men. While Figueiredo was a noble at court, he was probably next military, next soldier, because he makes a lot of military references in his book. So, perhaps in this case, Godinho was like that man that Van de Veghe referred to. That was a man of low birth, but by the use of arms, he wanted to promote himself to a higher status. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Allow me to make one small remark on this thing about liberal arts and the artes mechanica. It's not only the case that fine arts are considered as artes mechanica in the medieval tradition, but to look at, for instance, the Saint Victor, the artes theatricum, which are a special category within the artes mechanica, and this is interesting because the theatricum in the later German terminology becomes Hofkunste, and Hof means normally court, but court, of course, does not just mean the royal court, but also the fact that there is a certain space with sand where you can practice things, like theater and fencing. So this strange ambiguity is already there in the terminology.
Other questions? Yes.
Thank you. It's a nice presentation. I would ask something about the Godinho quotation. There are a lot of annotations in Godinho, and also show us perhaps some hints about what is the intention of.
Well, unfortunately, unfortunately, I don't have the scans. They're not in this pen. They're at home. But he does really have a lot of annotations, which are quite interesting. Because, look, when I work, well, I work with you as well. So, when I start working with my colleague Luís França, we both made the transcription and then translation into modern Portuguese of Godinho. We started to notice those annotations, where they were, and this was like enlightenment, because we were not aware that sometimes just one line could lead us into all these discoveries about, for instance, the liberal and mechanical arts, and for instance, this him trying to show some erudition, show that, well, yeah, I know the classics. Okay, I know the classics. I'm not just a punk. Sorry for the term. So perhaps one day, once we have finished this presentation, I will bring some annotations so that you may all see what I'm talking about.
Fascinating, thank you. I'll disturb you later. Yes. Wanted to ask you about this nobilization, so to say, of this attempt at making the art of fencing a little bit more noble, or like Catholic in that sense, like towards the liberal arts. That is interesting because it's happening in other disciplines, as we were saying before, in the same period, but it's also interesting with respect to the kind of person that you were describing. And the comparison with Castiglione is particularly interesting here because Castiglione is much more let's say he's bolder in his proposal. What he's saying is not just, oh, you know, whatever I'm telling you to learn is not because it's liberal arts only, but it's because it's moralizing. Like your dancing, your grace, your sprezzatura is what makes you a moral agent in the court. So it's kind of much more elevated as a role of these arts that he's kind of like saying, but not directly. And Castiglione is not in a safe position when he's writing the Cortegiano. He is in political turmoil. He actually publishes it almost 10 years after he writes it because of that. Still, he publishes it. So I'm wondering, like, this person could have dared more and he was playing it safe? Or is it like too early, so to say, in these type of courts to talk about the moral scope of these arts?
Okay, so those are, let's call it two separate questions. So, the first, the transition from mechanical art to liberal art. No, I don't have it here in this presentation, but I have in the article, which you will read in the bibliography. The thing is that transition has a lot of links between arts, namely architecture and painting, and the perception of space in painting with creation of perspective. Paolo Cello was one of the first to use it. And that transposition into, mind this, into the military arts, into the polyesthetics, so the fortification and assault fortifications. And many of these military, actually, look, Gisliero, Agrippa, the two Spanish guys, Carranza and Pacheco, they were all military professionals. And so their vision of geometry was like natural. Was their profession. So they applied the geometry, applied to the battlefield, creation of the tercios and all that, and the fortifications. They applied it to fencing. So for them it was quite natural that fencing was not just like war, people with weapons and kill each other and so on. No. Much more elevated than that. It was using of mind, using of mathematics. You know, there's a lot of mathematics involved to make a fortification or to put like thousands of men into tight formations. A lot of mathematics. So for them, it was natural that this was not just a mechanical affair, it was way more than that. As for Castiglione, first, I really recommend you, namely, yes, I really recommend you to read that, especially when they talk about women. You'll be surprised. You will. The Cortegiano, it's a dialogue. Okay, so courtesans are at court, Rubino, and they start, one of them says, oh, well, we should talk about the ideal qualities of a courtesan. So they start dialogue, very interesting dialogue, by the way. And yes, those, what you said, they have Castiglione, of course, these words in the characters, ideas in the characters, and it really shows that, the ideal courtesan is not an angel, of course. Someone beings, but it should be someone of very high status, both physically, of course, martial and so on, but also in terms of knowledge, but also, like you said, in terms of morals and in terms of character. There should be a very elevated character. That's why you should court the ladies, you should be pleasant, you should be circumspect, you shouldn't be full-hearted man or woman. He praises women a lot. I mean, in terms of, hey, they're not inferior. You should be.
Sorry, Filipe, may I tell you something? Are you so sure that the people that they were going on the battlefield, they are so different from this kind of high-level fencing master? I'm not so sure. You are just speaking about Castiglione. You know Castiglione, who is speaking about in his book?
No.
You don't know. Pietro Monte. Castiglione spent half of his book speaking about Pietro Monte. Pietro Monte was commanding many thousand people on the battlefield, and he was teaching geometry. I know that people does not understand very well Pietro Monte, but when you go in the Levata, when you go in the Levata, he is teaching exactly the triangulation that you will find in Agrippa, that you will find in Morozzo, and that you will find in the Destrezza. So please, I ask everybody, be very careful when you speak about the people that they were going in the battlefield, because maybe they were not so ignorant as we today, ignorant, believe they were. Because when my maestro Pietro Monte speaks about the volgo, the multiple volgo of the people that know how to fence, he's knowing and he's telling us that they were knowing what does the Levata mean. And once again, Marozzo was not teaching only to the kind gentleman in the University of Bologna. He was teaching for singolare and plurale battaglia. So maybe we all have to revise our think of the people that they were going in the Renaissance and pre-Renaissance period in the battlefield. We must not confuse them with the people obliged to go in line and die when they have firearms and they appear on the battlefield. A warrior of the 16th century, of the 15th century, on the battlefield, was knowing instinctually, or because he learned from the master his geometry. So just a little point.
Yes, and I would add that the distinction between scientia and vulgus was not often not to do with societal status, but with the fact that you used explicitly the mathematics which was already...
They don't use vulgus in a bad addiction.
I did not say bad, but they make a distinction. You find it not only with respect to fighting arts, you find it, as was remarked, in many arts, but it's not necessarily referring to societal states, but to the fact that you use explicitly certain mathematical concepts that were implicit before. That's certainly not the case. We support what you say, rather than destroys it. But okay, we can continue this discussion eternally. And then two more to go, two very interesting ones, so keep up, you're doing fine. On my list now is, I do not know how to pronounce your name correctly, Maciej Talaga. Maciej Talaga, please. Take the floor.
It's okay, afterwards.
Okay, so hello everybody, my name is Maciej Talaga, and it is my pleasure to present to you, to such an expert audience. And forgive me, because the presentation is quite packed. I don't want to take too much time, so I'll help myself a lot with reading, which I don't usually do, but this time I need to come back with my narration, so forgive me for that. And now, without any further ado, it's clear that in our studies we need to situate historical European martial arts in their respective historical context. So in today's speech I'm going to discuss a topic which has been debated already many times, but admittedly with less than satisfactory conclusions. I mean the beginnings of the so-called medieval German school of fencing, also known as Kunstgeschwächtnis, or KDF, and its alleged founder, Master Lichtenauer. My own research so far has not been conclusive either. However, I believe it opens some avenues which have remained unexplored and provide solid grounds for further study and potentially more fruitful results in the future. But before I reach the conclusions, let me start by putting the cards on the table and making sure that we are on the same page regarding the key information we have on the earliest. So the Lichtenauerian KDF is not a living tradition anymore and is known to us from the textual witnesses, namely 5 books written by masters following and commenting the teachings of Master Lichtenauer. These teachings have been passed down in the form of rhymed mnemonic texts, often referred to as zettel, meaning text, script, charter, lexical, and potentially some other renditions. In result, the witnesses to the tradition usually follow a similar compositional structure by quoting fragments of the zettel and explaining them in prose. For my argument, it is crucial to note that had it not been for one manuscript, I don't know how much I'll try to comment on these slides in case you can't see them clearly. So it's crucial that had it not been for one manuscript, shelved in HS 3227A, or the so-called whole house, the beginnings of the textual representation of KDF could be firmly dated to the mid-15th century. However, some scholars date the said manuscript to as early as the year 1389, suggesting that it predates the rest of the corpus by about 5 decades. And it's this potential gap. It is even sometimes speculated that it could have been written when Lichtenauer was still alive, or maybe even by the master himself. Nevertheless, this dating is not universally accepted, so I will now take them in greater detail. It is commonly known that manuscript 3227A contains a calendar, or rather a computative table, for the years 1390 through 1495. And its earliest dating is based on it, assuming that it was a future calculation, which thus had to be written before 1390. However, some scholars argue that it might have been just as well calculated backwards or be otherwise irrelevant for dating of the manuscript. I can't engage this controversy in sufficient detail now, so let me only point out that similar computistic tables are generally considered useful for dating in manuscript studies because they tend to refer either past or future events, providing terminus post or terminus ante. Therefore, assuming the above as a rule for now, there are 2 possible dates for the manuscript based on its calendar of course, before 1390 or after 1495. At the same time, it is known that it was acquired by a historically attested person, Dr. Paul, in 1494. So it must have been created earlier. In effect, the starting hypothesis should be that it comes from before or around 1390. This could explain the oddity of 3227A within the Lichtenauerian corpus. Let me summarize the unique features of the manuscript as compared to the mid-15th century cluster of 5 books. First of all, 3227A contains the longest rendition of the zettel recorded to date, with some unique quotes from Lichtenauer, including the famous proverb, "Whoever lies still is dead, whoever moves, he yet lives," which is not found elsewhere. Secondly, Master Lichtnauer is not explicitly pronounced dead in this write-book. And interestingly, he is also never referred to with the first name Johannes or Hans, associated with him in later years. Moreover, unlike the majority of witnesses in the tradition, it is not a proper write-book, understood as a collection of texts of martial teachings, but part of a more general compilation, often termed as a commonplace or in German. Finally, the interpretation of Lichtnauer's verses in 3-7a differs in many important respects, in practical respects, from that found in later write-books, which are fairly consistent with each other, suggesting its epistemic, cultural, and perhaps temporal distance from the mid-15th century commentaries. All this may support dating manuscript 3-7a to the end of the 14th century, about 2 generations before the main cluster of Lichtnauerian witnesses. I'll assess other corroborating and contradictory evidence for this hypothesis later, but let us accept it for now and explore its potential implications for the whole tradition and its founder, Lichtnauer. So where does this 2-generation long gap between manuscript 3-7a and the rest of the corpus come from? I will address this question by discussing a potentially analogous case, the textual tradition reflecting the high medieval German song poetry performed at aristocratic courts and its gradual appropriation by late medieval South German burghers. I am referring to a phenomenon currently referred to in the literature as Sangspruchdichtung, or simply Sangspruch, and its later evolved form known as Meistergesang. Both genres were a kind of the so-called gnomic poetry, that is, oral literature meant less for aesthetic impressions or entertainment, and more for preserving and conveying practical wisdom or knowledge. However, despite this important similarity, Sangspruch and Meistergesang would also differ in several respects. Sangspruch was an art performed at courts within the elite culture of knights and clergy of the 12th to 14th centuries. Its practitioners were traveling singers, usually of relatively low social standing, for whom singing was the main source of sustenance. Meistergesang, on the other hand, was a purely urban thing, practiced by master craftsmen as a secondary leisure activity. For the sake of brevity, let me quickly summarize the key milestones in the transition from the classical Sangspruch to the emergence of Meistergesang in the 15th century. So, courtly Sangspruch, and this is the period between the 12th and the 14th century, was performed for knights, by knights, or professional singers, and it was scarcely written down by court clergy. And thus this includes the times of such masters as von der Vogelweide, Regenbogen, Frauenlob, and many others who are well-known sources. That was a transitional period that started in the 14th century and continued throughout, which saw gradual move of the Sangspruch from the exclusively courtly context to the new urban context. And at this time, it was performed for burghers and for urban knights mostly, still by knights or professional singers who simply moved from the courts to towns. But now it was written down by urban scholars. And then we have Meistergesang, mature urban form that appropriated the former Sangspruch tradition, and it was performed for burghers and urban knights, but this time by burghers themselves, not by professional singers anymore, and it was written down by its practitioners. So they developed a tradition that was preserving the practice, and it was written by its practitioners. So the relevance of this information for discussing German martial culture stems from 3 interesting coincidences. For one, the urban Meistergesang had a clearly competitive aspect. Master singers took part in judged tournaments known as Singschulen, competing for fame and material prizes such as refs or precious items, a pattern well known from urban swordsmanship contests, defection. Moreover, some practitioners of Meistergesang are confirmed to take keen interest in contemporary martial praxis, most notably Hans Sachs or Paulus Roth, who composed fencing-related songs, or Christoph Rosner, who textual witnesses to the transition from Sangspruch to Meistergesang show a very interesting and familiar path. The last manuscripts documenting songs of the classical, purely courtly stage of Sangspruch were written around the 1350s, when the culture was already shifted. Then came a significant break in manuscript tradition, which coincided with the gradual transition of Sangspruch singers from courts to the urban environment. This break lasted for more than 7 decades, until Bergers rediscovered the older classical manuscripts and decided to start noting the songs and melodies again in the 1430s. At the time, the classical Sangspruch was no more, and its modified, urbanized form was also rapidly nearing extinction, with the last professional itinerant singer, Konrad Muscatblut, dying in around 1438. The passing of this master marked the end, the definite end of the Sangspruch and the birth of purely urban Meistergesang. Even more interesting, as demonstrated by specialists on the subject, for instance Michael Valle, the craftsman responsible for starting this new tradition of Meistergesang did not inherit a living practice, but rather had to largely reconstruct it from the written witnesses created in the classical period. Hence, their obsession with replicating old manner of singing and admiration for the 12 ancient masters. Now, if we compare the two timelines, I hope you more or less see it, probably not. Here is the timeline for the Sangspruch Meistergesang. Here are the last classical manuscripts written in the 1350s. Then there's a hiatus of about 70, 80 years to 1430s when Berger started to note down his melodies and songs once again. Here dies the last professional singer, Konrad Muscatblut, and then from 1440s and forward begins a very intensive period of Meistergesang practice and manuscript production. And interestingly, Meistersingers continue to note their songs in the manuscript form instead of printing them long after the printing press became the norm. Even in the 18th century, they were still making manuscripts. It might be important later in the discussion. And you notice the supposed timeline of the German fencing, the Schnauer tradition. Here is the manuscript 327A with its presumed early thinking. Then there is 50 years, and then first here and the rest of the corpus. So, if we compare these two timelines, we see that in both cases the end of the 14th century sees the beginning of a hiatus spanning several decades, and followed by a new and intensive wave of manuscript production near the mid-15th century. In the case of Sun poetry, this hiatus was related to this not so straightforward transition from 19th courtly culture to the new urban context. During these dark decades, professional knowing singers gradually moved from aristocratic courts, no longer so interested in older knightly traditions and wisdoms, to towns, where audiences were eager to absorb what they saw as elite and previously unavailable knowledge and art. This transition led to a rediscovery of the classical Sangspruch manuscripts by Bergers, which then informed the practice of Meistergesang. And given that the rhymed poem, structurally not dissimilar to Sangspruch, forms the core of the Lichtenauerian tradition, it is tempting to see manuscript 3227A and later fragments as parts of the same or similar horizon manuscripts. It seems reasonable to hypothesize that manuscript 3227A was created at the time when traditional knightly culture was still cherished at aristocratic courts, but the process of its transposition to the urban environment has already started. The hypothetical hiatus between this manuscript and the mid-15th century cluster of fight books would then be a part of the same dark decades, ending in urban rediscovery of the knightly Kunstgeschichtnis based on older texts and perhaps some direct transmission by knights and some Sangspruch poets moving to the past. In order to test this hypothesis further, let me get back to some features of manuscript 3278 which are relevant for it. In particular, I will briefly three aspects of this content: the linguistic features, the text accompanying its fine book, and the biographical details of Master inside. So, as for the linguistic features, the verb to strike, quite common in the fine book, was never spelled schlagen in manuscript 327a, with the scribe opting for the older form of schlagen in the vast majority of cases, and there are some regional variations, but never with the SCH spelling, which is similarly, more archaic CZ or TCZ were used in place of Z or TZ to denote the sound Z, for instance, in Tor, or in some cases of the verb setzen. So manuscript 3279 is the only fine book with spelling C-Z-O-R-R-N, Zorn, with all the rest of the Listener corpus using simple Z at the beginning. And possibly even more interesting is the fact that the only instance of the verb erkennen found in the fight book reads erkennte, with I at the beginning, which is thought to predate the 15th century. Well, it also uses the word gleffen or sper to mean a lance, which would also be rather outdated in the 1450s. Therefore, although far from conclusive, the linguistic features of the text not only do not contradict its early dating, but even corroborate. It has been suggested also by some scholars, most notably Jens Peter Kleinau, that the miscellaneous text accompanying the fight book from manuscript 3227a hold content which should be dated to around the 1420s, bringing the whole compilation closer to the main cluster of Lichtenauerian text. In order to test this proposition, I researched all the accompanying texts copied into the manuscript to check their chronological and geographical spans. Except from loose recipes scattered across the manuscript, the major building blocks of it could be actually linked to some textual families and thus dated. Crucially, none of these texts couldn't have been copied in 1390, as seen in this table. One potential exception is the treatise on metallurgy, dubbed von den Herren, dubbed this way by Hans Peter Hills, because that's the beginning words of the treatise. And previously it was thought unique, but more recently another manuscript surfaced which contains a copy of it, and it's reliably dated to around the year 1400. And it clearly originates from southern Germany or western Bohemia, possibly even Nuremberg itself. And at the moment it is impossible to decide whether manuscript 327a copied from this newly discovered manuscript or the other way around, but most likely both manuscripts copied the text from a common source or perhaps oral transmission. In effect, it seems that nothing in the content of manuscript 327a contradicts its dating to the final decade of the 14th century, and thus the existence of the hiatus of this temporal gap in the Lichtenauerian textual tradition cannot be excluded, given the available evidence. And finally, a few more words are due on the social standing and life ways of the Gnomic poets. In their works, here you see a quote from the manuscript, detailing that this work is justified some biographical information on Master Lichtenauer. And let me compare that to how would these Gnomic poets live and practice their craft. So in their works, or in works about them, I mean manuscripts from the period, the poets called themselves, or were called, singer, they could be called singer, poet, an advisor, a teacher, or, and that one was most common, a master. These designations alone allow us to draw conclusions about their social and artistic functions. which were primarily didactic in nature. Their role was that of a teacher, which also explains their naming as master or magister, typical of the time. Sangspruch poets were professionals who did not lead a settled life. They were travelers, at least until the end of the 13th century, where a certain attachment to towns and court began. In fact, being well-traveled was their main asset, because it was seen as a proof to their experience, and thus added weight to their rhyme wisdom. The poets would also choose nicknames for themselves, with the intention to draw attention and create what would today be called a personal brand, not dissimilar to modern-day artists, rappers, for example. Incidentally, manuscript 3227a presents Lichtenauer in a way which is strangely compatible with the social profile of the traveling economic poets. Even the fact that he has no first name in the manuscript aligns well with the supposition. Perhaps Lichtenauer was not the proper name, but a nom de plume, a poetic nickname. So the final question, potentially invalidating the hypothetical links between Lichtenauer's Zettel and the Sangspruch tradition, is why would medieval German burghers be interested in preserving and cultivating the martial aspects of native culture, and how could they do that? To keep things short, let me say that such a motive can be identified. And I found it easiest to explain graphically. So, initially, from our point of view, Aristotelian courts were places where this culture was cherished and cultivated. And the bulk of the fighting men and courtiers at the courts were the low-rank knights, called in Germany ministeriales. And ministeriales were sort of inheritors of earlier Carolingian Dienstleute. There's people who served different practical functions at courts. And as such, they could be of pretty high rank, but they were not free. They couldn't marry without the consent of their lord. If they were granted land, which was rare, this land would not be inherited by their children, etc., etc. So they were actually served as ministeriales, which formed the bulk of German knighthood at the time, aware of this excellent rank. And many of them served not only in military purposes, but other practical, including being poets. And in the 14th and 15th centuries, this link between aristocratic courts and ministeriales would break in significant ways. We can discuss the details later, but it's connected to the fact that in already the 14th century, the European kingdoms became consolidated enough to make raiding quite difficult. Also, towns grew in wealth and prominence, started being protected by the monarchs, and it was increasingly hard to blackmail townsmen to pay for not being attacked, because burghers started to defend themselves. So ministeriales were in a difficult position because they could not rely on war as their source of income, but they were expected to maintain a knightly lifestyle, which was costly. So this pushed many of them to robbery. Others tried to use tournaments and their martial prowess to advance the social rights, but a very significant group decided to side with towns and seek urban citizenship. Moving to towns or starting to cooperate with them. And towns had their own needs. Towns need town defense. They were expected to, they wanted to participate or organize military expeditions sometimes. And they had also political and cultural aspirations. And all these needs, to some extent, required military, martial, and cultural know-how. And this know-how was previously confined to these aristocratic courts. And they, in the 14th and 15th centuries, there was still little cooperation, direct cooperation between the courts and the towns. There was much rivalry and conflict, but not cooperation. But these ministerials, moving from the courts to the towns, brought their know-how with them. And towns were more than interested in extracting this know-how. More was rapidly developing literacy. And they started not only gathering this know-how, transmitted orally for most part, but they started preserving it in writing as well. So, to conclude, the proposed hypothesis could not be easily falsified and is clearly corroborated by some evidence. I also believe that further research, especially by experts on late medieval German poetry and oral literature, would help verify it more thoroughly. The task seems worthwhile because, should it be proven probable, the potential timeline of the Lichtenauerian tradition and the life of the master himself would be significantly extended. Lichtenauer could have just as well been among the classical sanctioned poets, the same who became revered by later Meistergesang practitioners as the 12 ancient masters. This, in turn, true, would open the possibility that Lichtenauer lived and rhymed as early as the 12th century, perhaps even before the first longswords were invented in Europe. Another potential implication of this hypothesis, if we assume that Lichtenauer was dead already when manuscript 3278 was written, would be that the mid-15th century cluster of fight books represents an urban attempt at reconstruction of Lichtenauerian fencing based mostly on textual witnesses rather than a living tradition. The exact same situation is known to have taken place in the case of Sanskrit and Meistergesang, as discussed earlier. Finally, if the Lichtenauerian tradition was indeed related to Sanskrit, then it can no longer be seen as a niche cultural phenomenon. Rather, it was at the heart of very important and seminal processes leading to the end of the knightly dominance in medieval German society and the rise of the urban communities. Thank you.
I think everyone agrees that this is top quality again. And I know that there are questions. The last speaker will probably connect somehow to what is said in here, but we will first give the floor for the question.
Hello, I'm Xavier. First and foremost, this is wonderful work. This is true historian's work. This is how it should be. Although I have a small remark, and I know where you got it from, and as a Ghent historian, I need to comment on it. The ministerialis part, and certainly the link with the Carolingians, that's the imagination of Hans. And as Dirk Hergoed said at our university, he's also a Ghent professor, he said, it's probably the worst work the Council ever made. So seeing these vast links past in Carolingian time in ministerialis, that's simply not true. And I can say for our parts, for instance, the term ministerial, when it was used in charters in the Low Countries, it was actually a rather high aristocrats taking a certain function for a monastery. So we have to be, in Germany it's still something different, and it starts with the Roman staff members, but it's mostly something there and connected to this urban sphere, because you see a lot of conflict between the aristocracy and the urban sphere, where when I compare it to the Low Countries, we also have this vast urbanization going on. There you really have separate cultures, even in poetry. You have the fables, the animal fables, which are typically urban, and that if you wanted to move on, you had to do the Vivre le Mans. You actually, even as citizens like Brutus, like Jan van Bloemendaal, they really had to perform this very which was urban. It's already many years ago, but we once had someone at the Piran Institute coming from the southern German cities, giving a lecture how this more seems to blend together in Germany. And actually, what you show here more seems to give an indication of how aristocratic culture was actually more blending and melding together with this urban environment, where even the urban environment takes over certain poetic forms, but applies very urban mechanisms of writing, and particularly mechanical writing, to it. Isn't that more in line with such a view than a real oppositional view? Because in both urbanizations we have aristocracies coming within the city walls. It also happened with us. The cultures are very distinctive. I always had the impression that here we kind of have this strong mixture of aristocratic and urban cultures.
Okay, thank you. That's, in fact, these are two questions or maybe remarks, and they are very good. So I'll start with the ministerialis thing. It might not have been clear in the presentation, but you're perfectly right that the meaning of the word ministerialis, or ministerialis in singular, was very different in the Carolingian period. But then its understanding or its meaning in Germany, specifically in the 14th and at the beginning of the 15th century, shifted greatly. And I tried to make it clear, but maybe I failed, that these low-rank knights referred to as ministeriales were not inheritors of the Carolingian ministeriales. They were inheritors of the Dienstleute. Yeah, but somehow they ended up being called with this term.
Also, this is mostly something that happened from the 12th century onwards in Turkey, where you had this lower class that wasn't free, and then kind of formed into kind of group amongst themselves, like really
Yeah, right. And as for aristocracy, again, my research is focused specifically on the transition between the 14th and 15th centuries. And at the time, from what we know at least, the aristocratic culture at southern German courts especially, was pretty hermetic. It was that we can't see much interaction directly between the burghers, even elite social strata of towns, and the aristocracy. This starts to happen later, towards the end of the 15th century, in the 16th century, but not at this time. This was a time when the tension between the aristocrats and the towns was very high, because they were engaged in important and seminal power struggles in front of the emperors, trying to find a way to secure a place for themselves in the face of the ongoing technological revolution that was happening regarding the introduction of gunpowder, we can't call it industry, but these technological advancements of the period that started after the Black Death rolled over. So this is a very specific moment in history that has to be approached within this time frame. And of course, what you said is perfectly true, but for later periods.
One comment and then a question. I learned recently that Nicholas Pohl wrote 1494 in all of his books because it was the year that he became a doctor, not the year that he bought them. But more significantly, if the hypothesis is correct that Lichtenauer was a 12th to 14th century master of this sort, what evidence might we expect, or what might we try to look for to confirm that? Did they write these things down? Would you find him in records anywhere? Should we be looking for him in this history?
Okay, so probably the only way I see to definitely confirm this would be to examine the poetic structure of the Zettel with that of Sanskrit. Sanskrit was not a unified genre. There's a lot of wiggle room in how it was created and performed, but still there are certain patterns that can be identified, and I think that if someone with expertise in the field actually sat down to comparing the structure, it could either disprove or significantly corroborate.
Would it be possible for it to fit into the Meisterschafts genre as well? Would it be possible, or is there a reason why it did not fit into the Meisterschafts genre in the 15th century?
Yes, Meisterschafts, despite its goal to replicate these old songs, evolved into something different, and it's distinctly different. So this is well established already in the literature that Meistersinger did not actually copy these melodies, and when they created their own melodies, they were structured differently than the earlier classical songs.
I think this man deserves an applause. we are approaching now the end of our wonderful, interesting, compact, condensed, exhausting day. We will end with the speaker again, Xavier Baecke. Before I allow me to tell you that at an hour that will be mentioned immediately by our friendly hosts, we will afterwards have our dinner in the same place where we had lunch. So there will be no time to go back to the hotel or things like that. On the other hand, you will not have to wait too long before you can strengthen your inner person. The cost, I was told, is 18 euros. Is that correct? Okay, so make sure that you have this money with you when we go to the other side. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, there will be the round table here. Please be present. We need your input. After that, at 1 o'clock is the General Assembly only for delegates and official observers. That's a completely different meeting which is taking place because everybody who has the alternate is here, but it has nothing to do with the conference. It's independent of it, and that's why I mentioned explicitly the General Assembly is only for delegates and official observers. So, thank you very much. I give the floor now to Xavier Baecke.
Thank you very much, Karin. Hello, I'm Xavier. For people who don't know me, I have a somewhat dull background. I am at one hand a researcher. I worked for quite some time at Ghent University working on the history of Marchment. Now I'm still doing research within my own school I have to say Cresties, where I mostly focus on the martial arts and the history of horsemanship. As a practitioner, I actually gave instruction for about 10 years in Sparta, which is a Belgian IFHEMA club, and now I am an instructor and writer of my own schools, basically doing knightly martial arts on horseback and doing all kinds of historical. Now, what I want to talk about today is something that started 7-8 years ago when we had the MAM Simposyum in Varisy, and it's also the place where I met Daniel. I have very fond memories of that event. And I talked about what kind of horsemanship do we need to do our fighting, because medieval horsemanship, often in popular conception, but also in academic writing, is often described as rudimentary, as based on submission and force towards the horse, even as abusive. And for instance, when we look at this little collage I made from different fight book books, we actually see rather the opposites. We see rather complex things going on. So when a rider comes onto you, you can do an upset, and then you have something, and you can come in a Schwert. This is often called, in this case, also the ringen under the Augen. Then the opponent can do a sheep's grip as a counter, and you have a counter on that, which is jumping onto the opponent's horse. So quite a complex thing to do. And look at the pictures, it's almost all done in canter. Not really what you can do with very simple or rudimentary horsemanship. This is also somewhat also supported in academic writing more and more. For instance, Tomasini also points towards a continuity between medieval horsemanship and the later dressage tradition. And that's actually what I said also 7 to 8 years ago. And just to quickly go over the evidence, what first thing is that we see that early masters indeed if I shut up, it stays on. So, early masters of dressage actually say that they are writing for martial practices, for tournaments, for warfare, but they don't really describe a fighting system. They make some references to certain techniques, but that's as far as we get. Another thing that I particularly talked about is this term that I coined, proto-dressage, whereby dressage is not just the training of horses, but it also has a representational value. It's expressing your status as chivalrous or as a nobleman, and actually relates to this idea of sprezzatura, and Castiglione also writes about horsemanship in such a sense that was earlier referred to. Now, a very beautiful example of this 15th century dressage already is actually found in one of our fight books. Talhofer, in this Königsegg manuscript, actually chooses to represent himself, surprisingly, not by a feat of arms, but by a feat of horsemanship. And we actually still have this air that Talhofer is performing here. It's the bot which is still being performed at festivities in Menorca. And a recent find that I did is possibly here on the Adoration of the Line, which hangs in the Art Museum of Antwerp, we see the same thing here. It's really, really interesting. The last thing is that we have a sustained marshalling in later dressage. It's
very prominent in the German region. We see it, for instance, in von Lühnhausen, but also in Palhausen's But it is also sustained in the French tradition. This is here from Pluvinel, who has a sword play here. And that's rather strange, because tourmaline is forbidden at this particular time, but still, Pluvinel seems it important to include it. Now, our most beautiful example, and I just discovered this 7 years ago, is the fabulous manuscript of Jeremias Schubert von Augsburg, a citizen of the city, by the end of the 16th century. And suddenly we see the combination of several literary genres. We have a work on dressage, we have a fight book, actually multiple fight books, and we have tournament books, all in one source. And my research from that discovered that this is not a unique piece. It's actually a product of a vast intertextual network combining these traditions. And at the center of that, that's what I'm going to try to talk about here, we have actually early works on dressage by the Germans, but they could as easily be called fight books or even tournament books as well. Sadly, I won't be having time for the tournament books, so I mostly will look to the fighting and the horsemanship tradition. So let's start with horsemanship. Now, as far as the Middle Ages go, we don't have too much to go forward on. We have some medicinal treatises by Johannes Rufus and his 14th century successor, Laurentius, with very short parts on the training of horses. Not too something too detailed, not an entire system, but very, very valuable information. Also, Alberti, for instance, has such a short treatise on horsemanship, the Eguanimante. And we have a full equestrian treatise, which is the work of King Duarte, you see here in his tomb. However, again, it's not really on training of horses, but rather the application. He talks about sword fighting, fighting with lances, tournaments, even hunting is treated. Very interesting for you. And there's a wrestling part in there. And it's not just wrestling on horseback, it's just wrestling. It's actually a proper fight. Again, not a systematic dealing of horsemanship. And this fundamentally changes in the middle of the 15th century with the publication of the Niedermolten Horsemaster Federico Pistolis Diogeni Cavalcari, very known work. Now, what is lesser known is that the same trend also appears in Spain, on the Iberian Peninsula. Hernán Jaqet publishes his Tratado de la Caballería de la Jineta, launching the literary tradition inserting the Jineta tradition. Really interesting. Now, back into Italy, only 6 years later, we have Cesare Fiacci, which is connected to the court of Ferrara, and he makes his Trattato delle Belliare. Then we have Claudio Corte, Caracciolo, and that's basically an entire legion of horsemasters coming onto the scene by the end of the 16th century, amongst which Pignatelli. Pignatelli is particularly important because he has two French students, Salomon de la Cour on the one hand, and on the other hand, and they are the founders of the French traditional dressage, which is perhaps better known nowadays. Now, what happens in Italy, and there's a lot of things happening in the 16th century in Italy, does not stay in Italy. So if anyone has very bold plans for this evening, remember what happens in Italy does not stay in Italy, because we see translations of these works all over Europe. In England, we have Thomas Blondeville with The Art of Riding, which is an abbreviated translation of Grisoli's work. Better translations found in France, not just of Grisoli's work, but also of Fiacci's work. But what is, of course, most of our interest is what happens here again in Germany. And yet again, in this little city of Augsburg, we have something happening. Translation by Hans Fröhlich und Veit Töft. They translate Federico Grisoli's work, The Ordine di Cavalcari. It's a very proper translation. But they do somewhat more with it. First and foremost, we have the famous Gurli exercise. It has nothing to do with penis's voice. It's just an exercise. They take it over almost literally. But it's also being interpreted. That's not what it is. In his translation of Grisoli's work, he adds the place of another Italian master, Cesare Fiacci. This is, for instance, an illustration in Grisoli. But it comes from Fiacci. And at the very end, a small part is actually literally Fiacci. Fiacci used these notes to indicate rhythm, and we also see it appearing in this so-called translation, which is apparently a little bit more than a translation. To go even further, there's original material. These depictions are not found in the Italians, and they actually show us the early training of horses and groundwork, Bodenarbeit. And what's even more interesting is also the terminology, because some of these terms are clearly derived from the Italians, Volta, Repellon, Redoppio, but there's also established German terminology, Ringheit, Tumen, and certainly this latter one, Tumen, is really interesting, because there is no
reference, not even an equivalent in the original Italian text. It is a very old term. And that actually shows that a horsemanship needed to be established quite well in Germany to produce such terminology. So what the Italians mostly did was put that into writing, perhaps having a little bit more systematic approach, but they didn't invent a new form of horsemanship. Now for the HEMA people, get to the edge of your seats, because there's other stuff in there as well. The sixth book is completely original. It's not in the Italians. And what do we find in the sixth book? Well, a big book. We find, this is what I was talking about, Michael. It looks like Büchner, it's not Bergner, but it's very similar. And we find a fine book. So for the HEMA boys amongst you, I'll just give you a moment. I'm going to return to this, try to guess which one. Now, this is not where it ends. It doesn't end with a translation. This translation is clearly the basis of another work by Johann Peiser de Jong, again from Augsburg. And he's going to take, for instance, the iconography, but here, for instance, he adds the Bible. It's not in the original. And it's this version that's taken over the Schemel manuscript, again, with the Bible. So let's have a little closer look at these works. Now, the Ipocomiki of Johann Peiser de Jong, it's an authentic work. It's often depicted or said that it's a translation. It's not. It's an original text. It's an original interpretation, certainly based on Pisoni, heavily based on Pisoni, but it's original. And he's going to restructure it completely in a much more systemized way. He also takes practical techniques from Fiacci, like these, for instance, the lateral movement, and puts it in there. And he actually offers original material. Little details like the use of the baguette, new exercises, etc. And what Schindel does then, his beautiful manuscript, is doing the same. He strongly bases himself on the Epicomiki, even sometimes taking literal text, in other instances paraphrasing the Epicomiki, but he also uses the original. This exercise, which is the second exercise of Fiacci, is not in any of the previous books. So Schindel is rather original as well. Also having a new exercise, which is not in the previous ones. Now, what is this all about, horsemanship? Because I do think that most of you do not ride horses, so what do they all do? And I'm vastly generalizing. You have three types of exercises. The repellon, which is circles in one straight line, and the redoppio, which can be one circle or a combination of circles. And the purpose of both of these exercises is to narrow down, to make those circles smaller and smaller. And you do that by having the horse moving more and more laterally. And that encourages the horse to collect. Collection is a principle in horsemanship, whereby the horse takes his weight more back, freeing up his shoulders and increasing his maneuverability. That is what these exercises are intended for, and they are still retained in later dressage tradition. For instance, here with the English Master Cavendish, but he's working in the French line of tradition. And what is really interesting here, like this movement, which is often termed the carrière, this kind of stretch movement, we find that quite a lot also in our five books and even in medieval iconography in general. That's a movement whereby the horse increases his impulsion, his force, which has certain obvious applications for fighting. So let's have now a look at our fighting tradition and how it links up. Now, if you want to do Rosfechten, you have to know Lichtenauer. The Lichtenauer verses are the system of fighting. We don't have it in the Augsburg Rosfechten, we don't have it in the Gladiatoria group, only for the German region in Lichtenauer. But to our great glory, we often see certain techniques appearing in earlier centuries. So this is in Moldova. For instance, the bridle taking, here it's Lichtenauer, but this is a 12th century manuscript where we have taking of the reins. And it also appears in writing, for instance, no, 12th century. That's how far we can date certain techniques back. We have another tradition, Italian. Fiore de' Riberi has mounted combat. Strangely enough, Filippo di Vadi does not choose to succeed him in the mounted combat. We do have, of course, the military compass tradition, and the fireplace of Fiore de' Riberi are quite well seen there. Remember this one, because this is going to return, 17th century. Now, what is this fighting about? Now, we all know, or at least many of you will know it, we have the Bloßfechten, and the Bloßfechten is a very systematic approach to fighting. It starts with the Allgemeines Lehr, the general principles. It comes to the strikes, the Hauen, which are very, very typical for the Lichtenauer. And then in the follow-ups on these strikes, we have certain specific principles, which are explained in the 12 Stufen. Now, the Kau and the Roos factor, they are much more practical and chronological in nature. He actually goes through the weaponry as you would expect in the fights. You start with a lance, short wrestling, go on the sword, wrestling again, and then you can dismount and you come into the combat. Now, each of these weapons happen in exactly the same kind of way. You have an Anreiter, you come with your horse onto the opponent, you have a short moment of fighting in between, the Krieg, then you have the Abzug and Reiter. So you go away again, and this is a real crucial moment, as we have noticed when we, for instance, do that in practical reconstruction and sparring. And here you see me sparring with Jana, and I come in such a position, and we really notice that this is a very disadvantageous position to be in. So a very crucial element here, that's Wenden, how to turn around very quickly. And here we have it, the Repalon, and the fact that we want to turn quickly in the Repalon exercise. And actually, that is what you see me doing on the picture here. I'm actually going into a deep of a west. I'm just at the beginning, but this little tilting allows me to do the upsets. Next I'm going to stab, and Jana had gotten to that time her stick right in her face, showing that these techniques work. She's fine, she's okay. Don't worry. All right, so what happens now with these Lichtenauer verses, and how do they link up with our dressage verses? Well, you all know that they're spread in verse form, and previous lecturer has beautifully explained these verses and what's about them. But they also get another shape, they become pictorial. And of course, the best examples thereof are Kalhofer and Paulus Kal, a little bit kind of passive aggressive colleagues when you look at their words. And what they start to do is actually, they don't present the entire system, but they take part from the meat in our system. And they are specify it, as Kalhofer is here doing in this very precarious Folge, showing that this is my interpretation, and look how good it is. Or we have added to the tradition, like Paulus Kal does here, in terms of guards. Actually add some guards here. And they're kind of showing off, showing, well, this is how I do it, and it's better. And this idea of showing off would only increase towards the 16th century, early 16th century, particularly, again, with masters who are associated with the city of Augsburg, Rast und Hutten. And if you're right, if you're watching, sorry, I'm never going to say Hutten again, I'm going to say Wilhelm, who was a Hutter. So Wilhelm und Rast. And just to show you the manners of these people, I'm going to have to put down the mic for a little while, is the technique of Wilhelm. Because where in Talhoff and the Lichtenauer, it's simply the dritte Hut and stab, Wilhelm goes nuts. He goes in, you can do this and that column. You can also do the upsets in here and column. You can actually do the two combined, because he talks about Arbeiter, so you can do this. Your opponent can put it away, and you can go back here, and then your opponent can put a lance away and come in. I think that's kind of showing off here. So in one way this was really something very practical. That's to see, but it's certainly showing off your technique here. So we can now come close to Augsburg and to our time frame of the dressage work. Again, we're here with the Fröhlich und Tuft. Anybody an idea which manuscript it is? Michael? Someone?
I can't see the details.
It's the one with the rearing. Well, I'll say it. It's up to Rust. It's the Rust manuscript. The Rust manuscript. A really interesting one. Recently colored pictures are available. Before that we had to use black and white on the route on our side. It's Rust. But what happens here, it's not all of the Rust plays, only a selection. And there is no text. Now, this of course is also taken over in the Hypokomike by Johann Weisse. In most cases, not all of them, but most of them. He certainly adds a lot of them, almost all of them he has, with text, but the text is completely different. Completely. Even to that extent that he offers different interpretations. Just to show that, it also goes into the Schemel, but just to show that is the dagger technique. In the original Rust manuscript, it's an Außer abnehmen from outside. It becomes an inner abnehmen in the Hypokomike, and it's this pictorial version that's taken over the Schemel. So you might say, well, the Schemel is purely based not on the Rust manuscript, but on the Hypokomike. The text, however, is not from the Hypokomike, which is completely different, but it's from the original Rust manuscript. So he had two sources, Schemel. And he makes intelligent choices what to use. Really interesting. He's not just a copyist in other words. It gets even more interesting because he also probably can say now what happened with the Rust manuscript. We know that Antonius Rust died in 1549. We know that his manuscript was acquired by Paulus Hector Meer, the famous treasurer from Augsburg, and Meer claimed, I finished it, but we don't know what he did. Well, in all probability, the text. He added the text. And that also makes that we have to be particularly careful when looking at the text, because the text might be in line with what Rust intended, or it might be something completely different. And this is interesting when we, for instance, look at this very conspicuous rearing technique. And a lot of people sometimes have called this into question because you see your horse independently rearing onto the opponent's horse. What is going on here? Well, first of all, rearing or having your horse fighting is not that exceptional. It's actually well documented. We, for instance, see here in the fresco of Paolo Cello. We also find it, for instance, here end of the 15th century by the Vienna Master of Burgundy, the Siege of Jerusalem, which hangs in the Ghent Museum. We even find it earlier, in the 14th century. We have in a marginal depiction of the Baudelaire manuscript of the Chanson d'Alexandre. We have a knight teaching his horse to do these things, and he's holding the leader, so he's clearly teaching it, and the horse is doing it independently. Much in the same way as we see here. And later on, in Balthasar, for instance, these techniques were still being learned. So that might be a simple explanation, that this is what Rust intended. Now, just because we're all nerds, let's have a look at the text. So what happens in the text? Well, in all continuations, it's rather clear that this is the same thing happening. Now, in the Rust text, again, possibly from there, what is said here, and I'm trying to go too fast, is you have an opponent, and your opponent comes with good to there, short weapon, and he grabs the bridle. So you're in a pickle here, because he has you close by, you can't get away because he's got the bridle of your horse, and he's going to stab you. So what do you do? And most people say, well, there's no rearing there. Well, there might be, because it says, so du das inwirft. Das horse. You throw the horse in. Von Stunden, which also can mean striking, from the striking that ensues, you grab him onto his armor or clothing, and then you work with seinen Degen, his dagger. So that's how you get out of the pickle. He's got a hold on you, you have your horse rearing, horse pulls himself loose, you grab it in the meantime, everyone who finds daggers knows this, try to get control over that dagger arm, and work with it. That's what we see here. Now the Hippocomike goes completely a different direction. In the Hippocomike, it comes from the lance fight. You come together, you have this spirit of das Wenden that I talked about. Now, as I said, you get off your horse and you work with your own dagger. And you might say, well, Xavier, why the hell would you get off your horse? Perhaps because you are too late to defend. Could be an explanation. Now, what does Schemel do? He combines the two, leaning closer to the Rust manuscript. He says again, there's someone grabbing your headstock here, and he actually depicts it. He's the only one depicting this. The headstock is taken off. Then he says, you do the Vorstunden, order, you get off, and you use your own dagger. And that's more in line with the Hippocomike of Johann Kaiser de Jong. Again, showing how Rust combines the two. How Schemel combines the two. And that's not the only manuscript that was previously owned by Meer that Schemel uses. He uses another one, the Wilhelm manuscript, and it's the written one, because the text is exactly the written one that Meer acquired in 1561. So it's that one that's in there as well. But again, he combines it intelligently, even more intelligently than you knew, Michael, because you didn't saw that one. No blame, no blame. There's also here, and it's an honest mistake because it's a technique that's also in Wilhelm. Let's have a look here. There are both techniques, both in Wilhelm and Rust. But Schemel chooses, intelligently, one of the two versions. In other parts, he shows remarkable comparable techniques, but he repeats both of them, because he sees that they are different. So we see a lot of original working of Schemel here. Now, the third point here, perhaps a strange point for me to make, is there is no Paulus Kal. You say, why Paulus Kal? Why not someone else? Well, Glad you asked, because Paulus Cal also made the work of himself, the Arte Artistica. And for the rules factor, for the mounted combat, he used two manuals. The Wilhelm, the draft book probably, which is in the Schimmel manuscript, but also the Karl, which is not. So what can we say because of that? He had access to certain manuscripts, probably after Maer was executed. As it is already said, Maer was a treasurer. He was not a very honest at that one. He took a lot of money from the city. That was found out. He was condemned. He was executed in 1579. Now, some of these manuscripts, amongst to which Schimmel had access, was collected by the Fugger family. And it's those manuscripts that they had access. So there is a clear link with the Fugger family, which is interesting. All right, we're almost at the end. Last thing here is going back to the Hippocommic and the importance of the Hippocommic in the fighting tradition is, first and foremost, we have new techniques. It's a proper fight book. Stick with hook technique, and more importantly, sword and buckler. Only sword and buckler that I know of on horseback. It's in there. And the second reason why the Hippocommic is so important, it sets forth the Rosvector into the next century. It's a work on dressage that continues the fight book tradition. Look at this. Beautiful pictures of Gustav Mann. But also this Blume des Kampfes. Well, here we have the place, the Rast place, it's actually the Hippocommic place, as well in the 17th century. Now, coming to my quick conclusions. Oh, yeah, just to say, and this lays a firm basis for the dressage tradition in Germany in the 17th century, which is clearly still linked with martial practices. We still find it in Berlinism, we still find it in Bauhaus. It's clearly there. So, first big conclusion. Can we speak of continuity? I don't think we can speak of continuity, but the early dressage is the dressage necessary for fight books. And there's a very good chance that this is much earlier than we suspect. There is no big contrast. Secondly, clearly all these books, dressage, fight, also tournament books, what we talk about that, they come from the same socio-cultural sphere. These people, authoring and being clients of these people, did all these things. They went to dressage lessons, they took up arms, and they performed them into tournaments. Fröhlich Duft, Johann Kaiser, and Schimmel, they should be considered, and I hope I made this case, so please give them their own pages on Need to Know Romantic, because I do think they earn it. I hope I made that one. And specific information, that's manuscript, the textual things might be from a hand of there. And secondly, Schimmel could be commissioned by the Fugger family. So for a little intellectual research, I think those are all nice conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you for not only an interesting but also a very theatrical performance. Questions? Yeah, of course. Come on. Everybody is completely tired.
Well, I don't have a question because, well, it's well beyond my field of expertise. But first of all, I admire it. It's a very thorough deconstruction of it. What I wanted to highlight for me, listening to your presentation, is that this kind of very careful and comprehensive analysis shows one of the things that I believe IFHEMA studies are bringing to general history. That's very worthwhile and still overlooked. That you are capable of showing two things. First, that motions are cultural artifacts and can be itemized and then compared, and this helps with establishing manuscript traditions, textual references, dating chronological and geographical origin, etc. But you also managed to show that these kinesthetic gestures, they are constructed, and they are constructed to serve different purposes, not only practical, but also social, as in the case of these techniques meant for showing off, and these additional layers added in order to make this extra added value, to make the content of the book more valuable and attractive. Yeah, so I wanted just to point out this is very valuable in my opinion. So the only question would be, was it like a side effect of your research, or were you deliberately looking for these things?
Well, some of the conclusions I was looking for particularly the horsemanship, because that's a big one for us. Because the thing is, we need an animal to do the things that we want to do, and that animal that doesn't behave exactly as we want from the start. So we need to find out what did they need to do that, and as it turns out, the horsemanship part is actually a really important part of it. One could argue it's even more important than the weapon handling itself. So that part I was looking for, the more specific things, I was less looking for. But the contrary part in my research as well as trying to figure out how that tradition works, and also the social cultural spirit. Because we are dealing here with the martial arts that had a purpose, and most people will say it's warfare. I don't know. Certainly some skills are applicable in warfare where you work with big teams. But there's a reason, for instance, that Valle really shorts down his tactical skill. He kind of has a really some basic techniques, but the more advanced shit is not in there. So where was that then used? Well, probably in these tournaments. Tournaments really pop up constantly, certainly from the 16th century onwards. And I think many of these things have to do with tournaments, which are, by the way, also misunderstood because everybody's thinking alongside the tilt, which barely happens. It does happen in Germany, but it's certainly not the dominant form of tournaments. There's a lot more variety. So I hope that answers some of the question.
Okay, I think except when someone insists on asking a really last question, that we can conclude our fantastic day here. Another applause for this man. And of course our host, Roberto. Of course, when we applaud him, he's not here, but... two things. Before we go to the dinner. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, the round table. Please be here. Second thing, and I will tell more about this tomorrow, there will be a special issue, isn't it, Daniel, of the Acta Duellatorum, which will collect the papers of this conference and maybe some invited contributions. We will expect your contribution around May somewhere. More details will follow. You have half a year, more or less, to finish it. Please do and do it properly. Yeah? We might also talk to a certain Mr. Valle to see whether we can reproduce this also in book form in some way or another, but that's another conversation. So I thank you all very much. A round of applause for you all. And now let's eat and drink.